Thank you everyone for being here in this panel, and we will see cybersecurity 101 and privacy 101. Basically, we are trying to make a boring topic interesting, so there's going to be a lot of memes. Some of them, you might have seen them before. But, let's dive right into it. So my name is Isaiah. I'll be the host of this panel today, and I'm joined with two awesome guests. The first one is Artie. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Awesome. I thank you for being here and taking the time to be on the panel. And then we have Eric.
Hello.
How are you doing, Eric?
Doing well. How are you?
Very good, thank you. So Artie, you're a streamer, and you will be sharing your thought on cybersecurity and privacy from a streaming point of view, like a content creator point of view. And Eric is more on the software development side. He loves security as well, so an undisclosed security company as well. And you know what? Let's dive in. So security, safety online, privacy, all these are like super terms that you might hear weekly, if not daily, especially in the last couple of weeks. And usually you have people that say, oh, security, or it's using a different password. Yes, that's one part. But you have the privacy part as well. So we're going to see first security as in cyber security, just because it's security online, not losing the keys of your house. We don't really care of that for this panel. But, and then we dive into privacy, and we'll see how the two are actually linked into impacting the other one. So I guess we can start with security, like basically like how safe you are online. And I would love to start with you, Artie. Like, what would be your top 5 tips on being safe online, not from the privacy point of view, but just security?
So for me, as a content creator, thank you. Security is really important. If you are a creator, that you know that we encounter trolls a lot. If you've ever been in creator space, you've seen it for yourself. There are people that are out to try to get your information and compromise it. So something that's been really important to me has been deleting any information that I have online, white pages. You can go on there, you can remove your information from there. You can remove your family members' information. One of the other things that is also really important is making sure that you're not stating the state you live in or the city you live in.
Or your address directly.
Huh?
Your full address. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't put your address out there. For example, if you're doing a P.O. box, keep in mind that when you're doing a P.O. box, people are going to know what state you live in, and that's going to put you at higher risk. So something you could do is just kind of limit who has access to that, have people reach out to you for that address first. Another thing that is also really important is just to keep in mind what you're posting online as far as like photos. I've seen where people have reverse image searched something and was able to find someone's private Instagram account that had their city, their state, their real name, and was able to access their information through that way. So those are just some things to keep in mind for my fellow content creators out there, as well as just everyday individuals. This is something that could put you at risk.
So now do you freak out everyone? We're gonna go a little bit deeper in each of these topics. That sounds like, oh, it's a matter of risk. Yes, everything is a matter of risk. Okay, if you cross the street, it's a risk. If you go out, it's a risk. If you stay inside, that's a risk, right? We're just gonna demystify all that and look at the different one we have. Eric, what would be your top 5 or top 3 on the security before we dive into each of the topics?
I think the biggest thing for me for security is looking at it as an overall system rather than looking at individual accounts. You should never have one point of failure for your security. If someone gets your password, that shouldn't give them access to anything else. If someone compromises your email address, there are ways to make it so they can't get access to any of your accounts that way either. So it's looking at it as an overall big picture and what you can do to add multiple layers so there's never one thing someone can do that compromises everything.
Actually, you know what? Let's dive into passwords. Let's be clear. Your dog name is not a good password. Your birth date is not a good password, as you could see on some of the memes there anyway. Or incorrect is not a good password, and password is not a good password as well, Wow, shocking. So that's something you hear every now and then, I guess, is change your password, make password unique for every site, all stuff like that. But let's face it, we are lazy, right? If we can just make one everywhere, we will do it, okay? Eric, what would be your take on password? Like, what would be the easiest way to solve that challenges?
Well, the best way is probably using a password manager. I think that's the single tool you could use to make life easier. You should never, you don't even have to know any of your passwords. They should be so long and complex that you wouldn't even have a chance of memorizing them. You should you rely on a tool like a computer that is good at remembering things to remember all your passwords for you.
Well, Artie, I know you have a different opinion on that, actually.
I have an old school approach to it. I actually write down all my different passwords because I'm terrified of saving them anywhere online. I know people that save theirs in private Discord channels and have had their Discords hacked. So I write mine down. I don't keep it anywhere where anyone could access it. And then I hide it in my house, and I'm not telling you where.
So actually, the key element is you will always have to define a good choice between usability, security, and the last one is privacy. We'll see it a little bit later. If you want something that is super useful and works great and you don't know where to start, Password Manager, that's going to be the hands down the single most efficient way to do it. You have to remember one password, the Password Manager one. All the other one, forget them. Change them, forget them, make characters in there that you don't even know where they are on the keyboard. That's actually the best way to do it. And I can actually vouch for that. I converted my mom to use it. She's not tech savvy. She when she's like on her cell phone, it's like, sorry mom, if you watch that. She can't understand English, so that should be fine. She's on the cell phone, it's like, I don't understand, it doesn't work. It's like, no, you click here, and it works. And she's using a password manager now. And the key was transferring everything that she had before into whatever password manager you want to choose, and then make it painful for people that will try to use the password they remember. So what I did is I went there and I changed all of her password, all of them. So she could not actually remember any of them except the one for the password manager. And that was the single most efficient way of doing it, to transfer someone that is not tech savvy and want to start. I mean, she doesn't want it to start. I forced her to do it. That need to start on password management. Honestly, if you can do that with your family members, I mean, if you are parents, you can do that with your kids. If you're kids, you can do that with your parents. You can choose which way you want to do it. Password manager, yeah, it's hands down first recommendation, and we'll repeat that over and over quite a lot during this talk, I guess. One of the main challenges is always how easy it is to use. If it's not easy to use, people won't use it. As we say, human, we are lazy. Okay. What will be your, for you, Artie, what is the thing that is the most painful for you every time you have to use a password?
Probably, honestly, just having to remember what it is if I don't already have it saved somewhere. That's the hardest part about passwords for me. It's just memorizing it.
Okay, so once again, password manager, just remember one.
Yeah.
Eric, I guess you have your take on that?
Well, you mentioned, putting a lot of special characters in your password. So if you have a password that's 32 characters long and it has, ampersands and apostrophes and curly brackets and whatnot, even if you can't remember it, it takes a long time to type that in. And, I don't know about you, but I don't want to type that in every single time I need to log into a website. So it's convenience just as much as it is security.
And convenience is one of the key as well. So that's why we keep something that is easy to remember, easy to type, because I guess we're all the same. We type the password, it's not good. Type the password again, it's not good. Type it again, and then it's fine. But you thought you type it the same time every time, but it's actually not the case. There's like a typo somewhere, or the caps lock is on. It's like, oh. And then you lock your account, and then you have to do all the thing over again. Yeah. Again, use a password manager. I'm not paid by any password manager companies, okay? Just full disclosure. I'm a big advocate for password management, but I'm not paid or affiliated with any of them. If you're watching this, contact me. This is an example of the most common passwords that people use. If you see yours in there, congrats, you have crappy system. The top one is from, I think, 2016 or 2015, and the one at the bottom is from last year. Guess what? Nothing changed, okay? Overall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a very, very, very bad password. Password is a bad password as well. And these are just the easy one. And Eric, you talked about I'll put lowercase, uppercase, and sometimes you see that on the website as well. It's like, oh, you need to have special character in there. Okay, this is how fast it is for someone to crack your password without knowing anything about you. So we're not even in the privacy part. Simple password rules. Technically, anything that is not green sucks. Okay. Sometimes you cannot make it super long. Sometimes you cannot put special characters depending on the website or the service. The key is you cannot even type it, so you use the password manager. I really need to get paid by a password management system. It's crazy now. And yeah. Basically anything that is less than 10 characters and only numbers, forget it. It's like having nothing. Okay. And when you say it's better than nothing, just this one is actually not the case.
And adding on to that, if you come up on a website that doesn't even allow you to have passwords or special characters in more than 16 or anything like that, you should seriously consider not using that website, because if they don't let you do that, they obviously don't care about your security. So what other shortcuts are they taking and that kind of thing? So just take that in mind, that not only can you do it, but will they let you?
And I love the cardboard guy. I don't know if you know this person, the meme. That guy is always at strikes and always with cardboard that have nothing to do with whatever is going on. I really like this one. How am I supposed to remember whatever is the gibberish and some names? And this is actually a major problem. We were taught for years to do super difficult password, etc. So for example, the Troubadour A3 something. Okay, this is actually easy to guess for an algorithm. What is not easy to guess for an algorithm is when you have a lot of characters. So the key is, if you want to use only letters and maybe a couple numbers, make it long. Make phrases. Make it long, change a couple things, but you don't have to remember something super crazy, which is the main reason why we don't use it, a good one. It's because we can't remember. It's like, oh, was that like a capital D, a small one? Can't remember. It was like a C after a D or a 9. So, rule of thumb, password manager. These are some of the most common ones that exist. Not paid by any of them, by the way. And make it long. Right? Make it long. And if you can make it complex and long and don't have to remember it, good job. That's actually the best option you have. And this is just about password. I guess, Eric, you can chip in that. Password can get leaked as well. So how does, what is a leak actually for people?
Well, as I mentioned before, there are companies that might not take your security as seriously as they should, so they don't encrypt your password when they store it, or the database they store the password in, they might not patch it correctly or follow the recommended best practices. So leaks are when a malicious actor comes in and leaks the contents of those databases, so they can either get your password in plain text or the hash plus the salt, depending on how good that company's security is. But basically, it's just a collection of leaked credentials from a certain website that gets compromised, or whichever one it may be.
Actually, on that, I have a demonstration. There's a website called haveibeenpoon.com. If you scan the QR, that's going to be sending you directly in there. This is a safe one. We checked and we make sure it's good. It's actually by a security researcher. And that site is actually, you enter your email and it will tell you where your password has been leaked or your information has been leaked. And I don't know who owns bob@gmail.com. I'm very sorry if you own that email, but you have been part of 277 data breaches. That means there's 277 companies that have been broken where that person, either password or email address or special information, have been actually made public. Not public for all of us, but public on some part of the internet. And that's hundreds and hundreds of them. There is some that happens daily. Most of them, we never know about them as well. Okay? So I encourage you to check that, and if your email is in there and you use that password on anywhere else, change it everywhere. That's sad, but that's the world we live in. I will not do it live with any of your email, guys. Okay.
Thank God, don't. Please don't.
So what happened? You have a good password, you have a good practice of using password manager, and then you're part of a leak. What is the next step? What can we do to make it a little bit better in terms of security? Artie, what would be your recommendation?
The first thing that I would do is, okay, so definitely go in and change all your passwords everywhere, but also make sure you have two-factor authentication enabled, because even if someone's trying to log into something with your password, if you have two-factor on, they don't have that code that's getting sent to your phone. So do make sure you have it on. It has saved my, like, a couple of my socials several times. I'm not joking. I'm going to keep stressing it after this panel, too. Enable it now.
So two things, good passwords and then two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication for people that's like what is that? That's when the service or the website or the application send you a text by SMS, for example, or you can have that through different application. Actually, Eric, what would be your option? Do you like SMS or not actually for two-factor?
I actually don't like SMS-based two-factor just because, it introduces another single point of failure. If someone were to walk into the AT&T store with a fake driver's license with your name on it, they could get access to a SIM card for your phone, and then they could be in control of every single two-factor authentication you set up. So I actually don't like that. I prefer the kind based off of like Google Authenticator or something like that, where you store the secret yourself in an app, so it's only you have the private key. It's no one can steal it unless they walked into your house or something like that. But it's a lot more secure than getting it through SMS.
So you have SMS as an option, which is easy to use. It's better than nothing. The drawbacks are, as Eric said, if someone managed to impersonate you, which we'll go see in the privacy part of that talk, and you will see why it's actually linked. Someone impersonates you and then access to your phone. If you lose your phone, change your phone. Actually, for example, I cannot use SMS myself because I'm traveling a lot in different countries where my phone is not working. So I cannot receive the SMS for authentication. So it was like a hard limitation for me. I use the same system as Eric, like an application on my phone. There's like Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator. Actually, any big companies have them. And if you have a Google account, for example, and if you want to log in on your computer, sometimes it prompts you, hey, did you try to log from this location on your phone? This is actually something that is going to be more and more enforced for a lot of users, so you can already activate that. And in Google account or Microsoft account or any of the main accounts, usually it's settings, privacy, and this is where it is. Or settings, security, and this is where it is. It's called two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. I mean, two is when there's only two, password and something else. But you can do like an extra one if you want. But they're not really easy to use. So like, for example, like Eric, do you use any like hardware key, for example?
Yeah. I'm a big proponent of using YubiKeys for two-factor authentication. I think you have some slides for that coming up.
No, I don't have a slide about the key specifically, but it's a physical device that you have with you that is going to be an extra layer of authentication. It's good when you have to do that for like very specific stuff. It's the main challenge and the drawback is it's not super useful. Like, I mean, you're in the, it's like, oh, I'm in the train. It's like, oh, I need to get my passcode. It's like, oh, I need to get the other key, and it's not super easy. But if your problem is to know before using a phone with authentication or using a hardware key, you're well past most of the people. So, that's not really, that's good that you take care of it, but it's not really the challenge of today's talk, I would say.
Yeah, and it is getting better too. YubiKey, they sell NFC-based tokens now where you can just tap your phone against them, or they even sell like little USB-C dongles that you can barely even tell they're plugged in your phone. I have one on my computers because you can leave it plugged in, it doesn't stick out that far. And they're only like $50. So if you get one of those, you have, like I said, way better security than 99% of people out there.
That's true, and that's sad to say, but I guess that most of you here have bad password, and change that, please. That's very important. And you online, same thing as well. Like if you have so many times you hear like, oh, I got my social hacked, right? Or I got my thing hacked. Like, yeah, but you use doggy name 123 exclamation mark. So of course, that's gonna happen, right? And I want to talk about family. How do you get on board your family? Like, is that something that you have done with your family or your friend and discussing about how you did password? Like, for example, RT, do you talk about that on stream?
I do, and I've talked about it with friends and family off stream with what I do. They could potentially be targets, so they have to be mindful of what they are posting if it's on anything that's public, as well as making sure that their socials are protected as well, because someone hacks into my mom's Instagram account and can DM me and pretend to be her, and now they've got some personal information. Like, that's a real thing that we have sat down and discussed, as well as with, I've got a 10-year-old sister who sees what I do and goes, I want to do that. So it's been a big conversation at home and something that we've all had to keep in mind.
Eric, what's your take on bringing the friends or the family in? Is that something you have discussion, or it's their problem?
I mean, I'll preach it to anyone who will listen. I mean, I think it's the people that you care about. I mean, they deserve to, have the same level of security you do. So I mean, it's especially when having friends or family whose accounts get compromised, it could potentially affect you in certain ways as well. So having everyone around you be at the same level of security you are is definitely important.
And keep in mind that and I will talk about password manager again, most of the most common password manager, they will have family plan as well. Okay, that's super easy to get everyone on board, and it basically costs nothing because actually the majority of them are free. So for the family usage, there's no reason to not use them. Let's move a little bit on other topics as well. What's your opinion on, actually not your tip because you're not really directly using that, but on using the browser to store your password rather than just a password manager?
So I don't know anyone that does that, but I personally, anything where someone could like log into it and get access to anything saved, to access your other socials or even like your PayPal, your bank account, that terrifies me.
Because you're not storing most of the password you're not storing them usually in the browser. Just when you're logged in, you find and then.
No, like so when it says, do you want Google Chrome to save this password? Yeah, I don't do that. I don't even save it on my phone just in case my phone gets stolen. None of that. If someone I literally have a fear someone's gonna break into my house, they're gonna log on my computer, they're gonna get access to all my stuff if I have it saved. I know it seems like really out there, but that's the mindset I live in every single day. Thanks, Dad, for bringing me up like that. But it's something that's a real concern to me, especially if you're someone that you have a lot of people over at your house all the time. I'm sure we have some party animals in here. Someone comes over, jumps on the computer. Next thing you know, they're on sites they shouldn't be, getting into things they shouldn't be, especially if you just have a lot of people coming in and out of your home.
Yeah, totally following on that. Eric, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of using the browser in password manager as well. I will say like something you mentioned earlier, it's better than nothing. If it's the difference between you not using a password manager and you using a password manager, I would say, go for it. But again, I don't like the single points of failure, so I don't like giving all my passwords to the same company that does my email or my YouTube account or whatever. So that's why I don't do that. But again, it's still better than nothing if it gets you to use more secure passwords.
And you have no excuse because it always says if you want to save every time. So you have basically no excuse on this one if you haven't changed it. After this talk, everyone was like, oh, crap, I have to change all my cell phone, all my phone numbers and all my password. What's going on? Don't freak out. Just do it. It's as simple as that. Two-factor authentication as well. So if your phone gets stolen or if your computer gets stolen, then people can't log in because they have the two-factor that we discussed a little bit earlier. And in terms of security, what's your take on antivirus? Do you use one or you just don't care?
My husband took care of that for me. You will have to ask him later.
So we will take that as a yes, I expect.
I just use Windows Defender on my Windows computers. Mac and Linux I don't use an antivirus, but I'm also very, very untrusting about, not downloading and opening random files. I'm kind of in the camp of, if you follow good internet hygiene and good practices for not opening attachments and stuff like that, you won't necessarily need one, because at that point you're going to be overheard anyway. For someone who, like your grandparents or something that might not have the same savvy, I would not be opposed to having them use a third-party antivirus tool. But Windows Defender, I think, is good enough for 99.9% of the cases. It's a very performant antivirus, and as well, it's is seamlessly integrated into Windows. So I'm a big fan of it.
And the key is in the behavior, right? If you open any email, you want $1 million? Yes. We need your security number? Yes. No, it's just be critical, right? It's always the thing, and as the meme says, it can't hurt. It's a little attachment. It doesn't weight anything. You open on it, it's like, oh, it doesn't do anything, and then you close it. Well, actually, it did something, but you will never figure it out. Or when you figure it out, that's going to be way too late. That's don't. Especially, it's less of a problem now as Steam and all the games are actually that. But back in the days when people were doing a lot of piracy on games, there was a lot of virus and things going on as well. So that was one of the vector. This is less of a problem because like Steam or whatever like Epic Games is so easy to just get a game now. Like actually, a side story, how many games do you have that you never played?
Next question, please.
So no, that's the point. All right. So that's for the security. Of course, there's much more than that. We could go deeper. Actually, we're actually making fun yesterday with Eric that we could do a 5-hour talk just on security, but we will spare your time and not do that here. And we will have more PAXs to continue on that topic if we need to. Let's dive into the privacy. I guess, RT, you will be the best one here because you are the most visible person out of us three. I used to be a content creator. I used to be front-facing camera. I'm not doing it anymore for a lot of reasons, especially for work. Eric is not. So you are actually the one that is mostly visible for that. So in terms of privacy, let's go in there. So what do you want to start with?
Oh gosh, you're the one with the questions there. What have you got for me?
What would be your top 3 mistakes about privacy?
Top 3 mistakes. Okay, I don't know how many of you all have done this, but I know when I was in high school, it was trendy to put the state you live in with like an emoji that reflects it. And like that was how you really bragged about where you lived to your friends that lived out of state. So I almost had a stalker find out where I live just because of that. So that would be like my first thing is remove the state I live in from all my social media. Another mistake would be talking about like where I grew up. When I first started streaming, I was a lot more lax until I had someone find my high school information, and that kind of scared me straight and was like, okay, I can't be so casual on here because random people can find where I have lived and therefore find my mom, and I have to protect my mom at all cost. And then I think another mistake, oh goodness, as far as like privacy, it's not one that I have necessarily done, but it's something that almost happened, which was posting a photo of my dog, and our phone number was on the dog tag, and you could see it when you zoomed in. So thankfully I caught it in time before posting it, but I know there's a lot of people out there who love their pets and we love to share photos. Believe me, we'd love to see the photos too, but keeping in mind that like the things that you post and upload photos of could, have your information in it, or it could just be even like monuments showing like where you're at right now.
And actually, the right now part, I think it's interesting, especially as we are using more and more the stories more than we used to post, especially like you've been like, you celebrated 4 years on Twitch like recently, actually that was like this week.
Yeah.
Congrats, bravo.
Thank you.
4 weeks in there and like creating content, and obviously, you're not behaving the same way you did 4 years ago when you started. You're not sharing the same thing, or you're sharing only part of them, and there's stuff that for sure are now a red line that you won't share, but you might have shared in the past as well. And how, as a content creator and someone that is doing live content, so where you have less time to review what you're gonna say or review what you wanna show, how do you deal with that like, actually daily?
I really put thought into what I'm saying before I say it. So even like right now, I'm thinking about what I'm going to say next before I say it. But I've also kind of rehearsed it. I've had like a lot of people like ask, where are you from? And I say, I'm from the Midwest. I grew up in the country. I didn't grow up with video games like you did. And now look where it got me. So I'm really used to people bringing up things like that. And when they continue to push and push and push, just say, okay, I set that boundary. We're not going to continue to push that boundary. If you want to keep pushing that boundary, you can see yourself out. But just being mindful of anything I talk about, talking about like friends from school, not mentioning like last names, if I am going to mention first names, not mentioning towns, just really like slowing down for a moment. I know we love our community. We love them so much. We want to share everything with them, but sometimes we do have to stop and pace ourselves and think, is something I'm about to say going to put myself at risk?
And that is something that is new in the behavioral side, is that you build the community, you're in contact with them daily when you stream daily, and you have to set that boundaries, and it's not very clear. Like some people share a lot of information and they're fine with that. And some people share nothing and they actually have a fake name and a fake persona. And I mean, that's the two extreme, like no privacy at all and way too much that actually everything is fake, which is fine as well. I mean, it's entertainment, right? And so I guess that your 4 years of streaming and so on actually shaped you on how you want to do things. Do you think you're going to do in 5 years the exact same thing you do now, or you will move your red lines at some point?
I think I'll probably be where I'm at now with the things that I do keep private, just because I do worry about, like, we've all seen videos, or at least I hope we've all seen it so we know what it is, where someone gets swatted. So someone's watching a stream, they get the address, they call police, say there's a hostage situation, next thing you know, they're getting swatted on stream. It's a real fear that a lot of us have to deal with. I've got 2 adorable dogs at home. My worst fear is, like, SWAT's gonna come in, my dogs are gonna freak out, and they're gonna kill my dogs. Like, it's something that terrifies me to this day. If I dwell on it, I'm gonna cry. But I really don't see myself sharing anything more than what I have. Those who do know, like, what state I live in or my full name, those are people that, like, I've had the conversation of, hey, I know back in the day when you first came around, I was okay with it. Don't do it now. And even my mods, if someone comes in that knows me from high school and goes, oh, hey, I recognize you're from high school, my mods are watching, and they're like, you better not say anything.
That's actually a good part as well for the community part, especially if you are parents and you have kids, they say, oh, they look up to streamers or they look up to content creators. That's something that we, when we started, did not have. So we did not have this mindset or this view on how could this be. And I'm the first one culprit. Like, I shared a ton of private information when I started using Facebook. I won't say how long ago, that was way too long. And and we all made mistakes, but the good part is we can still erase some of them, okay? And that's something you do, right? You clean when you figured out you had some challenges. You cleaned up your socials, right?
Went back, cleared up old social medias. I even went back and deleted my LinkedIn completely, which was a process. Thank you, LinkedIn. But I cleaned that up because there are situations where people will try to call your old place of work and pretend to be a new employer to get information on you. I've had it happen to coworkers, but it's a very real thing to keep in mind, to think about, okay, when I was younger, what was I doing that probably is going to put me at risk now? Go back and remove it. And just to kind of pivot off that a little bit, that's something we got to think, like, keep in mind for those of us who have children. I am an 18+ community, and we always know when there's a kid in our community because they will say, I'm in high school, I'm this years old, I have this exam. Like, they're so quick to share their information because they're so trusting and don't understand. So for the parents out there, just make sure you have this conversation with your kids. It's super, super important.
So you have that from stream. We'll dive into that in a minute. Eric, did you clean up your social? Like, do you have rules for that, or you just try to not post anything?
I think I do a little bit of both. I said the concept of internet hygiene before. It's the same as your normal hygiene. You after a while you have to clean things up, and so I tend to clean up stuff that's super old, that stuff that I at least didn't even remember, and so but what I actively post, I think, is a kind of a good balance of sharing some information but not too much. So I think it really depends on who you are and who you're trying to be. So for me personally, I think I'm okay with some information, but I don't make everything public. So it's all about striking the balance that works for you, and then using the tools that are available to you to help maintain that level of privacy and security.
And that might sound alarming for some of you, especially if you're watching online, say like you're trying to figure out which, you tried the leak website earlier, like have I been putting, and you figure out you're like in 20 of them and you're freaking out. Just do it. You don't have to do it by the seconds, but tonight, make a statement that you're gonna do some of that, like remove some of your stuff. It's super easy. Like for example, Facebook, you go to settings, privacy, set to on, like change your default privacy, and then you can say everything that you posted before is now that privacy setting. So anything that was public is now just only you or just friends. That's like 4 clicks, right? It costs nothing to do. And it might save you because you can't remember what you posted like 12 years ago when it first started, right? And we don't use it the same, like we don't use social media the same way as well that we were using 5-10 years ago. And it's there's a saying that says the best way to keep data private is that this data doesn't exist online. That's actually true, right? If you can avoid posting something, it's easier to not have it in the public space rather than posting something and figuring out where you can delete that later on. And that brings me to temporary content. Stories is a large thing. That's something we use a lot. It's not because it disappeared in 24 hours that it disappeared forever. If someone was watching it, it's super easy to save it. It's super easy to take a screenshot out of it. It's super easy to figure things out. So I have a mixed feeling about stories. I think they're a good way to communicate, but they give a false sense of security and privacy because it's not because it disappeared in 24 hours that no one sees it. People saw it. It's just not there anymore for them to search through it. And actually, as a streamer, do you use stories a lot, and how do you use them?
I use stories a lot, especially with Instagram. I have to kind of know what's going to help the Instagram algorithm so I can grow my following there. And I've noticed that posting the stories along with a series of other things does help me reach more people. So stories is something I have to do. However, if I'm posting to stories, it's going to be the same photo I'm posting on my regular Instagram, which is taken in like the privacy of my room. I don't even take photos in the rest of my house because I'm worried that someone will reverse image search it and find like the listing for my house back when it was up for rent. So I only do photos in my one room where it's completely different. And then anything else I post on stories is just a funny meme.
And the key, especially for youngster, it's not because you share more privacy, like more things private, that you're gonna be more popular. That's a disbelief. That was the thing at first with Facebook. Like, oh, I want to get as many friends as I can. Like, yeah, it creates problems later down the road. Or I always posted, like, I was the culprit when I almost did that, like long time ago. It's like, yeah, going to this party, going to that, like going on vacations. Like, yeah, if people know where you live, going on vacation, cool. There's no one in the house. Let's rob it. No, that's an extreme case, but that's actually happened. If you get robbed and you're on vacation, one of the first questions the police will ask you is like, did you post that on social media? And you say yes. Too bad for you, because you gave everyone, you gave the key, right? I mean, you don't give the key physically, but it's almost like you have the location and no one is there. Easy, right? So that's something to be mindful. Something that we don't think when we are younger is how this can impact us later down the road. You talked a little bit about that. What is something that impacted you that you posted, for example, like 10 years ago? And 10 years ago, we were not posting as much as we're posting today, by the way. We're not creating as many content back in the days. Is there something that, except your state, for example, which was a good example, did you have something else that you say, like, I should have never done that?
I can't think of another example other than I used to have like my personal post on the same Instagram that I use now for my content, and I would have people go back and screenshot photos of when I was 16, 17 years old and repost them online and make very demeaning comments towards me. So I had to go back and take all those photos down because that at the time I was an underage child. So it was just very inappropriate. So going back, like especially if you're a creator and you're reusing old social media accounts, go back and delete that old stuff because people are going to go back and use it and in awful, terrible ways.
And it doesn't bring added value as well. Eric?
I was going to say, how many people here still have their old MySpace account active?
Couple ones. Actually, Eric, about stuff that you do not simply appear in search results. When you look for a job or change for a job, do you usually Google yourself before?
Yes, I would say I practice SEO on myself, as in I try to kind of groom the results of what Googling me would look like. Just so, because especially working for large tech companies, I think that you do need kind of a balance of not only what your technical skills are, but you can also potentially need like a good online appearance. You're not, when you Google yourself, there's not a bunch of stuff coming up that you don't want your potential employer to see. So I think that's definitely something to be mindful as well. So I do take that very seriously.
You don't want pictures from a party 10 years ago where you were completely drunk, if you're old enough to do it. And then this popping out in the first page of Google search image, like, oh, I'm about to hire that person. It's like, nope. All right, next one. So keep in mind, you are aware about what you do today with what shows up today. The stuff that you did before that will still show up today. And for that, there's a couple of ways you can always request the right to be forgotten. I know in the US it's a little bit tricky to have it applied, but technically I'm a European citizen. That's something I can always claim GDPR, and I can always claim a lot of laws for it. But usually make sure that stuff that you don't want to be seen online, remove them. And if you don't want them, don't post them online in the first place. Okay. And Eric, you're right. What you're saying that you have to do SEO and Google search on yourself. This is actually a personal branding exercise more than just a safety and privacy one. Actually, that's something you should do if you ever look for a job. The first thing you should do is figure out what Google says about you, because that's the first thing people will say. You can have you might have the best LinkedIn profile ever that goes everything is nice, and the first time the researcher or the person doing the interview will look for you on Google, and they will find that you are a hardcore partier, and then you had a mugshot back from a couple of years ago. Like, all that is not good for you. That's gonna hamper your opportunities to get job, better job, or good job, whatever.
And it's not just jobs; it's also the government as well. If you try to apply for a trusted travel program like Global Entry or Nexus, or you're applying for citizenship, or you need to get a security clearance for a job, all that stuff comes up then as well.
In terms of privacy, let's talk about advertisements. We're not gonna bash all the privacy problems that exist in the world today. We will need 2 days, like the whole PAX, actually, just to talk about that. What's your position, or like, do you freak out when you see ads? Actually, do you see ads at all?
Yeah, I see ads, and everyone gets on to me like, why don't you have an ad blocker already? I'm like, I'm sorry, I just haven't gotten around to anything like that. Come on. No, it doesn't really stress me out, because I know it's like using cookies. It's just things that I've looked up on Amazon, so it's just showing me cardigans. And sometimes it shows me something I do like, but then sometimes it shows me sketchy advertisements for websites where I'm like, that's bait.
Did you have this freaking out? Like you talk about something with someone and then it shows up in an ad like the day after?
No, I tried that though. Me and a friend tried that where you like talk to your phone to see if it's listening and then you start getting advertisements, and we didn't have it happen. We tried. We were really testing it, but nothing happened.
Happens a couple of times, but usually it's not just what you say, it's what you search and the behavior as well. So actually that's a fact. I think we can talk about that is usually companies that are targeting you with advertisements, they know more than you know about yourself. Because there's a lot of stuff that we do online, that we search, that we do it normally because it's us, but we're not conscious that we're doing that. So yeah, ads company, they have so many data about not every one of us has say, but they can target specific groups. So yeah, it's sometimes freaky. Eric, I guess you don't see ads, right?
Well, I think it depends. Especially with content creators I watch, I make sure that I don't use ad block with like Twitch or YouTube or stuff like that, because I want those people to get the revenue. It's their jobs.
Thank you.
But pretty much everywhere else where it doesn't involve giving someone I like money, I will use ad block. Yes.
And there's a couple of things you can do. Usually the main challenge, especially for the past couple years, like 2 years now, you always see like, hey, this website use cookies, or hey, can you approve this? And you always click accept all because it's actually the fastest way. Actually don't, just go and refuse all. I know it's 2 clicks instead of 1, but that is just to basically give less data, metadata about you when you go online. I know if some of you actually watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver recently, there was actually a full episode about tracking online and ads. I actually recommend you to go see it. I cannot push it here because it's like 22 minutes, but very good. And it's a very good thing in there. One thing as well is Google, when you search on, because pretty much everyone uses Google, if you search in there, they know what you search for. Right? It's not. They don't even have to go sneaky around and know what you're doing. You tell them what you want. It's like, hey, I want to find, I don't know, like a computer with lights. Like, okay, they know you want a computer with lights, and then the next 2 weeks you're gonna have ads about computer with lights. That's their business model. And just be mindful. You can erase your history on Google, what you search. You can erase what you watched on YouTube as well, and that's very easy step to do. The other thing as well is you can use any privacy-focused browser. For example, I know everyone uses Chrome because it's easy and it's convenient. There's other alternatives. Firefox is the most well-known one. Brave is one of the newcomer, DuckDuckGo as well. Actually, DuckDuckGo, they do search engine as well. Brave is doing, but it's not yet there. It's still in beta. And basically, when you search something on DuckDuckGo, for example, they will not store that. So they will display the result, but they don't care what you search for. That's not their business model. And in terms of AdBlock, there's AdBlock and AdGuard. These are the 2 main ones. There's actually dozens others. We can't just talk about everything here. And for the very, very crazy ones, Tor, if that's the first time you hear this name, just don't use it now. That's not what you're here for. There's other stuff as well. There's actually a lot of things in privacy, like a lot of things from the first thing is don't post your personal information online. If someone asks you for your social number, just don't give them, especially not by email. There's something, and I don't know if that's something you have used in the past, but for example, you receive a call and it says, oh, you have won a cruise in the Bahamas. Like, okay. Usually the first thing you see that is like, nope, and then you block the number, right? Because no one is offering you free stuff usually, right? If it happens, good luck, because that's not true. That being said, when you get stuff done, and especially it's always like, oh, like by email, like phishing by email is like very common. Like, oh, I want to have this, or let me help you on that, and then you give up a lot of private info. As we say, the best way to not have your private info being used, just don't give them. Right? For example, when I need to open a bank account or I need to confirm something with my bank, I will call the number. I will not let them call me. If they call me, I cannot verify that's them. I will call the number that is the official number on the site, which is the official site. I will not let them call me. There's a couple of things like that. Side story on that, I pissed off the Canadian border officer that were checking if you were actually doing your quarantine back in the early COVID, because they call you and they ask you if you're home, where you are, your address, when you flew in, and your name. I was like, I'm not giving you that. And the number you're calling me is actually not the number I can see on the website. I'm not answering any of that. So I was stuck in quarantine for 14 days, but no, at least I could not verify that I was the right person. So be critical, like be mindful, be critical, especially when it's like, no, are you living in that? Like, yes, but no, if you ask me, it's because you already know, right? Especially phishing for information, confirming information that have been leaked, as privacy is usually a problem. When I talk a bit about private communication, what do you usually use to communicate with, for example, families, or, I mean, both of you and Eric?
For personal family, like just people IRL, I just communicate with them directly through phone or a private Facebook. Other than that, that's it. I also just don't want them on my content creator stuff. So if they follow me on there, I block them.
That's a good one. Eric, what do you mostly use for communication with family, for example?
All of my family is on Signal, and I'm very, very fortunate that they've all been able to adopt that technology because it uses, look at that. It uses end-to-end encryption. So that's kind of my preferred messaging app of choice for personal stuff.
So these are examples. So Signal, actually, I will personally recommend this one. I actually use it. There's a couple of things I don't like about it. For example, it identifies you with your phone number. If you try to keep your phone number private, that's actually defeating the whole purpose. But with the family, that's actually something that is very similar to WhatsApp. It's just not owned by Facebook. WhatsApp is in there because technically it's end-to-end encrypted. But again, that's part of a big company that is making revenues from ads. So be careful with that. Wire and Threema are other options, less easy to use for people that are not in the tech industry usually. And there's couple of other good practices. I mean, we have extra time to discuss about some of the key challenges. And when you use someone else's computer, just log off. Just don't close the tab. Just log off, because then otherwise you have all your information that are still logged in there. What would be your other topic of discussion that you would like to communicate with the audience, Archie?
I don't think at this time I have anything else to put forward except for, I don't know how many of y'all have seen it, but on Facebook, they have those trendy things where I ask questions and you answer them. And they're questions like, what city were you born in? What's your first pet's name? What's your mother's maiden name? If you see those, don't participate. Those are your security questions. And tell me, Ma, to stop posting it too.
That is true. Like, data harvesting is very bad on this one. Eric?
Well, I was going to say another thing layer of security you can add is if you use the password manager and you have security questions, there's no law that says you have to tell the truth on security questions. I make my security questions are as complex as my actual passwords are. I might not use any of the special characters, but what's my pet's name? Well, it's XL97 space Q whatever, and it's that way that no one can use that as a social engineering exploit against me. It's kind of funny if you call Comcast and be like, hey, I want to upgrade my account or whatever, and they're like, okay, what's your first pet's name? And you have to read that long string of characters. That's always kind of a fun thing. But I think that's definitely something you should be doing as well. Never give the truthful answer to your security questions.
I love that idea. I'm going to do that now.
Actually, that's what I do as well. I create fake names. Like, what is the first group you attended? Random, like you pick a name of something that is not even like a group name. It's like something totally unrelated. So of course, as you said, Eric, it's weird when you call the customer support. Very weird, but it's useful. Like as you say, no one is actually forcing you to have the real thing, and if you're not forced to do it, just don't do it. That's because finding someone's location, finding someone where you lived before, that's something you can find pseudo easily especially through social media. Or following you, or cross-referencing your friends, or cross-referencing people around you, people that like you. The first people that like your post when you were starting on Instagram, for example, this is actually a given. When you start a new Instagram account, who are the first people? Family, close friends. Very easy to figure out who they are on the first post and then figure out where they live, where they come from, whether the same school. That's not something we think of because we did not post where you went to school. It's easy to figure out. And actually, most of the time, it's not even a human doing it. It's actually a small algorithm. So don't freak out, just be mindful. I guess talking about the friends and family, that's a good part. You say that you talk with your family, RT, from streaming, for example. Are you pissed off at your friends that don't respect when you actually tell them, like, please don't do that?
Yeah, actually, we had someone come to my stream probably about a year ago and straight up doxed me, was like, hey, it's so-and-so, we went to so-and-so back in this year, and thankfully my mods deleted it very quickly. But I put out a statement on my private socials and was like, you are putting me in danger and you're putting yourself in danger. And even my mom my mom is very supportive of me being a streamer. She's like, dox my daughter and I will find you. So she's very...
I don't have a meme for that.
Yeah, I think she was actually more upset about it than I was. But yeah, it's really frustrating because that's someone that you trust, and I get it. Like, they don't understand. They don't know that things, like, they don't know the dangers. But that's just why it's important that we have mods that pay attention to that and take care of that, and that we also tell them thank you because mods are amazing.
And especially if you have grandparents on social media, it's our role, like our generation, it's our responsibility to educate them about that. Because what they're doing is like what we were doing 10 years ago on social media. And they might not have the full understanding because it's not as important in their life to have that. So I hope that you online and you here in this room, you could educate your friends, family, like, no, basic stuff, like use a password manager, don't use the same password everywhere. It's like, and the key, it's not because you're not doing something illegal that it have to be in the public space. No, on the privacy side, it's not because you have nothing to fear or nothing wrong about you that it have to be public. You have the right to privacy, and that's something that is super important. Start with what you post, and then it continues with what you use in the different tools. I guess we will soon be closing up. Eric, if you add, Ali, let's say 3 recommendations to give to someone, what would be your top 3 from your top of your head?
Well, the password manager, 2-factor, and just be skeptical. I think a lot of invasions of privacy that happen to kind of regular people like me who aren't fancy content creators are they're motivated by money rather than malice, and so it's just bringing yourself up to the level where you're no longer that low-hanging fruit. So I think it's really more of a mindset than any individual tool. And like I said, different people have different requirements and different needs as far as what privacy are, and just make sure that you are aware of what the tools are available to you, and you use them in an effective manner that give you the level of privacy and security that you desire.
RT, what would be your top 3 recommendation?
Go back through your socials, see what you've posted previously, scroll all the way down to the bottom, check the bios. There might be something hidden in like the info of an Instagram post that says something that's private information. I know I've gone back and thought I deleted everything, and then a mod was like, hey, I went through and there's actually 3 photos where you talked about your high school, and I was like, oh no. So go back through your socials, scan everything down. And then for my creator friends out there, don't be afraid to set boundaries if people are prying for information. It is perfectly okay to have those boundaries. It keeps you safe, and it keeps your loved ones safe, and it keeps the rest of your community safe. And then my last piece of evidence is to just go online and see what information you can find about yourself, and delete whatever you can that you don't want public. There's a way to do it. It might take some time, but definitely do it. It's definitely worth it.
Well, I think that sums up pretty well that discussion. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. Thank you, everyone online as well. We'll see you soon again. Thank you.
Hey everybody, hope that you're all having a good PAX out there. Welcome to Game Designer Breakdown here, or Design Club Live, there we go. Sorry, I'm on Tokyo time, San Diego time, and East Coast time all at the same time, having done a lot of travel.
That's a lot of time, Jeff.
Yeah, time, as you say, is a relative thing. But hi, I'm Jeffrey Zatkin. I'm a game designer. I'm going to be one of the people on stage. We're going to be playing a game that none of us, except for Matt here, has played before, and all bringing our different design analysis to it, and telling you kind of what each of our expertise we expect to see from the game, having never played it. And this is hopefully going to be very entertaining, but we shall find out. But anyway, I'm Jeffrey Zatkin. I've been a game designer for almost 25 years now. My first commercial game was EverQuest, and I've done a lot of games since then. I've also run a data analysis company, and currently I'm the studio director of Extra Credits and work alongside a couple of these fine folks. And over here is...
Hi, I'm Jason Sklar. 22 years in the industry. I started actually watching people play games that they'd never played before, classic usability on Xbox and PC games. Since then, I've done a bunch of game production and usability, user research, user experience work, and right now, UX is Fine, my company that I co-founded with two of the most awesome people, Neil and Dave. We work with a lot of the biggest publishers and developers to help them make their games more fun and appealing.
And not frustrate you as you play.
Reducing the suck factor, important.
Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt, pronouns he, him. I'm the showrunner and narrator of Extra Credits. I will be piloting today. I have played Metroid Dread to the point of 9%, so I am an expert at all of this. Also, thank you. That's
9% gets applause. If I said 10%, would we get like a standing ovation? Like,
right, yeah, 11 or 12.
Golf clap.
And I have an idea that I'm not sure if this is going to work. We're going to try it out. Is as we're playing through, every time I die, we'll give away a prize. We'll see how it goes.
I just like,
Yeah, and
elbow to you. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, should we do the D20 method?
If you'd like to, let's go down the line and keep trucking along. Kat?
Hello, I'm Kat. I am the social media director of Extra Credits. I also demo and playtest games in the tabletop industry, as well as show game companies how to better market their game for all of you lovely people out there. So.
Cool. And hi, I'm Will. I'm the full-time Twitch streamer, Twitch overlord for Extra Credits, and I play a lot of video games. Our channel focuses a lot on design and playing things through unspoiled, and I play a lot of indie games, and one of my particular areas of interest is helping make games more streamable.
Yeah. Awesome. So, Matt, why don't you boot up a game?
All right, so it's going to be Ring Fit Adventure. Is everyone?
Yeah.
Matt, but we're not playing Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah, well, one day.
I've been waiting to play this one on Game Pass, so when's it coming out on Game Pass?
We'd give out too many prizes with Elden Ring.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say, okay?
And I think, make sure you lean into the mic so you don't sound muffled as we're talking.
Okay.
Plus, we'll all have really deep voices.
My voice is not deep at all.
So how many people in the audience right now has played this more than 9%? Okay, awesome. I feel great about this.
Yeah.
We have experts.
So, okay, Matt, so rules up here are you're going to play through till one of us says, hey, wait, can you kind of pause there? And we're going to give a look on what we see.
Yep.
But right from the beginning, as a designer, run interesting thing. Title screen, single button. Usability, how's that going?
This is awesome. The first time I played Katamari Damacy, I actually thought my PS2 controller was broken because I couldn't press the A button to start. You needed to take the thumbsticks to start it, and I can't even remember the dance you need to do. I literally replaced the controller like 3 times before I figured it out. So A button right on the screen, hammer it down. I'm pro.
Cool, let's do it.
All right. Oh, 10%. 10%.
Yeah, all right.
That's our show, everybody. Ooh, now what do we think about this right up top?
Okay, so what we're looking at here is we have unlockable modes for difficulty. Were you allowed to play normal mode the first time you played it?
Yeah.
Okay.
yes.
So I wonder how far you have to get into hard mode, but they're basically doing a gating mechanism where they are looking to make sure that the difficulty is not overwhelming to people. This is a trick we see on a lot of games. There's a controversy in some cases of do you let people jump in and play a harder game off the bat or not? So this is a choice.
Also, I believe that and actually people above 10% of the audience can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Dread mode and Rookie mode were added in later. Yeah,
Newer?
so that was, those weren't even available at
Was that Beautiful Joe had the sort of same thing like many years ago where like you had to go through the hardest core mode before you could unlock easy mode or something like that.
All right, we're doing normal. I want
and
to
the
give away.
communication about rookie mode versus easy or story or the infamous like old school like baby mode.
Oh, the Doom rating system?
Yeah, the Doom rating system.
We learned quickly in usability studies that was not a really inviting way to introduce people to a game.
You're telling me people don't want to be insulted to play a game mode?
What?
That's weird.
No
We
way.
had, on Amped, we had a comment if you fell and really were doing terrible at the game. It says, go back to the Bunny Hill. And I'd be like, I would love to play Bunny Hill mode, but there is no Bunny Hill mode.
I want a bunny hill mode.
We'll do normal.
So the music's a lot darker than I remember for any of the other Metroids.
Oh yeah, get ready.
Oh.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay, wall of text,
Wall of text in the beginning.
No
Unvoiced.
voiceover.
But why?
right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I would normally have skipped.
I was
Right,
gonna
like,
say,
yeah.
Most people do, especially like younger people. They skip through these things real fast.
Well, and as a streamer, we often get like this wall of text is like, okay, I thought I was going to jump right in and play the tutorial, but now I feel obligated to read all of this. Like I'm actually restraining myself from reading a gelatinous parasitic organism indigenous to the planet and just going on, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Recaps.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
That was the first one I played, I think.
So, is this sensible if you've never played a Metroid game before?
I think that's really important because I personally have never played the first Metroid game. So, like, for me, I'm like, oh, stuff's happening, I think.
Right. Okay. So stuff
Stuff.
with goo.
Yes.
Golden goo.
Nobody likes goo.
No.
Yeah. Not space goo.
A
No.
lot of exposition. Although I do appreciate the small sprite of the Metroid up top as a nice nod. Okay.
We also got an eye in there, so this is first person as opposed to telling the story of
Right,
somebody
so this
else.
is Samus.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Vaccine, blah, 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 BSS research. Blah, blah, blah.
Was this a Japanese development company who did this?
This is the,
Who's the dev for this one? Okay. Japanese companies are famous for half an hour of intro before
Well-
you get to the actual story. in a lot of
Don't
cases.
tell them that. Then they'll know that that's
dope.
how we padded the panel.
it's funny, I've started this game before and I've blocked all this out. I'm like, I don't like
Yeah.
when.
But that's
You don't
sort of an
remember any of it?
interesting effect too, which is they want to deliver it, but they know that there's probably a large chunk of the audience that won't retain it, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're like super invested in the lore of the game, right? So like Twitch chat, as many of you and those in Twitch chat will attest, is sort of a gibbering mouther hive mind that will simultaneously scream, read all of this and none of this is important, skip it. And so I think both of those feel like consequences of just throwing a wall of text at a player at the beginning of a game, right? Sometimes you want to read all of it, but sometimes I just want to pew pew.
So, and I could be wrong here, but this first bit about the Emmy, which is kind of the big bad different gameplay mechanic introduced into a Metroid game, is like the first piece of relevant information that's actually telling me something about the experience I'm about to have. Out of all, we've been through like 8 menus at this point.
Well, and like I was saying with younger people that are playing games where they actually go through these text walls and they actually will play an entire game and not know what is actually happening in the game because they just can't get past that part. And I wonder if they're doing this more because they're expecting older generation of players to come and play this
Yeah.
game. And so they're mimicking maybe what they've seen before in that.
Interesting. I could write a book on why text sucks, but no one would read it.
What?
Oh yeah, I'm a dad.
That's an actual longer loading screen than I would think, too.
Well, it's the Switch.
It's the Switch,
It's the
yeah.
Switch, yeah.
Yeah.
And that
No
is-
background loading.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
that's
is,
right. By the way, if anybody's looking, we're actually this is what we just hooked up right in, so we are playing live. Man, they're
I am nauseous
Yeah.
already. Yeah.
We'll soon be entering CGR's atmosphere.
we should set a stopwatch for how long it takes to get to gameplay.
For Okami, I was in crunch mode on Rise of Legends, and I'd come home every night and try to play it. And I never got through to the actual playable part any night until the weekend. And I had to restart the whole thing because there was no save progress.
Oh my God.
I feel like I did that on Bayonetta.
So, yeah. You click too fast.
Oh, you can actually see Samus's eyes in there.
I know, right?
Oh, this game is beautiful. There's no question about that.
Because the first Metroid famously didn't let you know the gender of the character you were playing till the very end.
7, 6,
Getting the whole countdown.
So as we do this opening cutscene, I guess I'm going to interject a thing that I kind of want the audience to think about, which is, as a Twitch streamer, where do I sit in this game? Can I sit in this game? Do I need to put this game in 3/4, right? Have a border around it so that I'm not obscuring something important, right?
Right.
I can't sit in the middle. The subtitles for the game are there, and accessibility and subtitles are really important on Twitch. Lots of people watch Twitch with the sound off or very low, right? So it's really important to be thinking about that, and that's one of the first things that I'm going to be looking at as we gain control. Because I will only get that first couple moments if I want to call my playthrough like unspoiled to determine how I'm going to set up my overlays for the game.
Signal quality is likely to be low. Remote communication remains. Try to connect to the
So did Line on the Ground count as death match? Should we throw our first prize out?
No, I'm not dead yet.
I'm not dead yet.
Are you sure?
Really pining for the fjords. Oh wait, that's a different one.
This looks incredibly cool, though. I mean, they did a fantastic job translating it to a newer genre here with everything being smoother. Like, it just looks beautiful.
Never having seen it, I'm still not sure whether I'm supposed to be expecting 2 or 3D,
Yeah.
right? Like intellectually,
Yeah.
I know it's 2D,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't feel like what my expectations are being led to by the way that the cutscenes and everything
Right.
else are presenting.
What is happening here? Why is he so angry?
Not enough dust kick up to make them feel in the world. I think they hid their boots a lot in the walking to cover that up.
So I have another pesky question. Why are we not doing this fight as a tutorial?
Yeah, that's.
It's a video game. Why am I being shown how awesome Samus is when I could be Samus and be that awesome?
Well, I feel like, I mean, there's two kind of lines of thought, right? One is going to be like, this is showing how it's, you know, Metroidvania-esque type thing, or in this case, a legitimate Metroid. So Samus isn't going to have all the powers that she had at the start of the last one. This is the way you get rid of them in the narrative, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
That's kind of the old school way of thinking about it.
Okay.
The other way, though, would be to do what like Symphony of the Night did, where have you actually fight a bunch of people with all the powers and then get them stripped away. But I think they just decided to skip that.
Yep. Also, this saves the player from playing up to a forced loss, which many players don't like, right? The forced loss of, oh, I was totally beating that character, and then a cutscene happened when I got their health bar down, and now I'm bad?
You have control.
Can you do the jiggle back and forth?
You're so tiny.
Okay, so roughly 10 minutes in from when we started, we actually now have free movement on the game. Next time we're gonna have to pick a game to let's just get in a little faster.
Well, I think
That's interesting.
Yes, but also it's kind of like, how does everyone in the audience sort of feel about that? Like when you get a game, especially something that's supposed to be like a Metroid game, are you down for this kind of like, and it's 10 minutes of exposition until you get into it? You are like, yeah, it's like some people
Okay,
like it, some people
so
dislike it.
some thumbs
Yeah,
up.
seen a lot of
Subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And it's one of those things where, like, I get consulted a bunch, like, how do we make these games from China or Japan more accessible and interesting to an audience of Americans? And they're like, well, how do we simplify it all? I'm like, well, actually, you could simplify them, but there's a charm to these games that people expect, right? And just because it doesn't feel American, that's what people, they play American games, you know.
Real quick, Matt.
Yep.
So what do we see here? We see that, Samus is jumping, we've seen Samus shooting. In the upper right, we're seeing a mini map, so we know that at some point navigation may become a thing.
Map.
Because otherwise they wouldn't bother showing us a map, if there's only one way you can ever go. In the upper left, we're seeing what looks like there's a limited ammunition supply, which is implying that there's some attack that Samus does, which is gonna be limited, and I'm guessing that's a health underneath.
Yep.
Oh, we just saw you shoot a rocket. Okay, so we're limited on that. Having a health bar means that it's not a one-hit kill game, that there will be things that will hit you, and therefore you need a percent of health shown. So that's kind of some of the most obvious things that we're seeing here.
I like this.
Oh,
Okay,
so we're teaching you how to crouch or slide.
And you have a mastery challenge before you can proceed. You have to know how to slide to get past that barrier. There's
Yep.
no like, hey, fun fact, you could slide here or you could do something else. You
Braid
must
did
know
a
how to
really nice
slide.
job of this. They started off a bunch of the like text in the world, where if you knew it, you could just ignore the text, but you could just keep going because the controls are pretty standard.
And this is teaching you something too, right? Like normally you shoot a door and it opens. Well, this, if you get further in it, you know you need
Yeah.
the tri-beam or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's telling you exactly what to do because you can't hit this otherwise.
Yeah, what's the red thing on the ceiling?
That
Yeah.
goes boom, I believe.
Oh, there we go.
I'm super
Big.
curious about that health bar. I don't understand how it works.
So Matt, could you go back down to that ledge? And is it possible to make that jump without ledge grabbing? That one right there. That,
No.
Okay, so you have to know from this point forward. They've shown without telling you that ledge grabbing is a thing, right?
But more importantly, almost, is that you don't have to know it here, and you're not blocked by it. It's an optional part of the level. So you can either like discover it on your own because you know the controls, or like puzzled by it, or you can just.
I don't actually think it is optional. I think you have,
you have to go up
because
there?
You can't open this door. This is the only way forward, so it's going to
yeah.
actually just teach you that, yep, oh, you can grab and pull up.
Okay. Cool.
And then slidey slide.
Okay.
So basically, yeah, we're reinforcing a couple of things here.
Oh, yep. Second thing here, these will, I think they respond to if you wait too long. What do you do here? It's kind of, I really do like the progression this actually does. If we learn right here, okay, you grab, pull up.
Yeah,
What do you do here? Boom. It feels sort of like intuitive if you've played anything like this before, but at the same time, get out of here.
And they don't tell you while ledge grabbing you can free aim. It just forces you to understand that while ledge grabbing you can free aim.
And I also noticed that when you shot the thing, the little floating thing that came down refilled your rocket. So part of what they're saying is kill enemies to refuel special weapon, and it's going to be plentiful.
There's no sound effect, or was there a sound effect on that?
It was very minimal.
Very little.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sound would have helped there.
Okay.
Ammo
Okay, that's a
refill.
Okay.
I believe these are color coded as well. So like you get back rockets from the red ones. You get, I think purple is the energy.
Yeah, Twitch chat mentioned helpfully, as they are wont to do, that there are an awful lot of glowy things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine Twitch chat being attracted to something shiny. What? The whole
crazy.
idea of pulsing lights and like the flickering, the irregular flickering there of the pad, all feels like a very interesting way to like just naturally draw your eye without words.
Why didn't that happen the
Yeah,
first
what did that
time
do?
with
It was
like
full.
thing? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, because that was really cool. That was a nice change up from this.
One of the other things we're seeing here too is the color palette of the environment is desaturated. In a lot of cases, they're using lights for progression and to show paths to go. So the art palette was very purposefully picked there to help guide you through the environment. Where you can see when we're going into the cutscene, they've switched to a whole different color palette here because they no longer need to mute the background.
Uploading data.
Yeah, so many progression studies that I've done in the usability lab were just simple lighting, or
You've accessed the
also
network station.
putting an interesting
Well done,
artifact in there that will
Samus.
distract
I have
you,
reviewed your
Yeah.
vital
and you'll try to
signs
interact with it, but you
video log
can't.
from the data you uploaded. I've run a full analysis, but I cannot account for why you lost consciousness. My readings indicate dramatic physical changes in you. Whatever caused these changes seems to have stripped you of most abilities. You might call it physical amnesia.
Okay, so explaining why you're not as
Okay.
badass as you were before.
I am checking the Federation.
You might call it a
database
MacGuffin.
against your video log. It appears to have been a Chozo. The attacker's identity is not yet clear.
I feel like Twitch chat immediately would call every ability loss in every game forever physical amnesia from then on out. Like, that's just the meme. That's it.
It's just physical, I can't do the dishes anymore. It's physical amnesia.
Will, you put this boss last week. Physical amnesia, sorry.
Can't do it.
You're broaching the subject of aspiration, like how do I know how cool I'm going to get at some point? And there's this like give everything and then take it all away mentality, which I consider, no offense to the developers because a lot of them do this, kind of a lazy way to approach it. It feels like there should be better ways to let people know they're going to get cooler without like making them cool and then taking it all away.
Well, it's kind of like what we experienced at the beginning, right? Like that's the two lines of how you want to do this in the Castlevania way. You actually get to play with it, see all the stuff, get it stripped away from you. We got our stuff taken away in a cutscene, which then, if you're the first time playing this game, you're not getting the experience of seeing that. So that's the up-down of that, I think.
Low temperature. Your Metroid DNA renders you vulnerable to such environments.
Don't get hot or
There
cold.
are many such cold areas scattered underground. Do not enter them with your basic power suit. One final thing. Underground interference is preventing radio transmissions. Check in with me at any network stations you find.
This game has a lot more exposition than I'm used to for this style of game.
But I really like I don't know. I really like this. I kind of wish we got most of the exposition quickly from one of these little computers in the beginning.
Sure.
Like, just because, I don't know. It tells you about the environments. Don't go anywhere too hot or too cold. Don't jump in lava. Like,
But
Yeah.
from psychological research, we know there's the primacy and recency effect. So you might remember the first thing, you might remember the last thing, but everything in the middle, gone forever.
Oh, interesting. I would have completely missed that slide there.
oh really?
It was so close to the edge. Melee.
Oh, this thing.
Oh, you have QTEs. Everyone
Kinda.
loves QTEs, right? Just love them.
Here's a question. People who have played this game, how many of you actively used the melee a bunch? About maybe like 40%?
How many of you don't? So we can...
Yeah.
Did anyone
Yeah.
not?
Joe.
Just
Okay.
one? Yeah.
Okay.
I keep finding myself forgetting about it. I'm glad people aren't.
Well, you have a gun for an arm. Why would you also punch, right? Like,
You don't want them to come close
It
to
is
you.
cool
Like,
looking.
generally, you keep them
okay,
away.
so
yeah.
I kind of think, wait, did you just do like a flippy kick thing? Flippy kick thing?
But you do kind of a flippy punch like that.
Oh,
So
okay.
that feels super, to me at least, as someone who is not the biggest fan of, follower, I guess. I like Metroids, I just don't follow them. That feels, to me, like a big nod to Smash. Because all
yeah.
of those moves feel very much like they're, oh, you've played Samus in Smash,
Yeah.
obviously. Now you have this nod to that series.
Also, the game hasn't taught me yet that I can wall jump, but I just sort of learned it based on the lighting.
Okay.
Like, I just tried it.
Yeah, you notice they're lighting very there's defining areas with that. The other thing is when you got hit by the bird, your health went down. When you killed it, you got health back. So I see it's at 79. You just picked up something, you're at 89. So this is also telling us it's not a survival horror game. Like, you're already back at full health.
Oh, you just wait, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I'm basing what I see right now. What I'm seeing is very plentiful health replenishment.
Yep. And then my other streamer moment is the game is officially in a 3/4 window with chat on one side, me on the other, and all my alerts across the bottom. That's not uncommon for Nintendo games because they really want to make the most of the Switch's limited real estate and handheld mode, right? You can't have a big old blank spot where you can't have a HUD, right, in handheld mode. It doesn't really make sense there. It is kind of unfortunate, but the thing that sealed it for me was the text for that cutscene with the computer runs all the way across the bottom. So if I'm there, I'm either going to have to duck out of the way or take myself out every time there's a cutscene. And it's important for me to have a physical presence on the stream so that people can see me.
Also, the game and its progression so far seems incredibly slow. Is that just kind of me, or do you also feel like this? I mean, it's not a super exciting thing to play. It's like, all right, we're kind of just discovering things, we're finding things out, but again, I think a younger generation is looking for that excitement right away, and I don't know if this does it for that.
What about like air guitar? Does that do it for you?
Well, everybody loves air guitar, okay?
We've also seen your first progression. You just got an increase in the capacity of missiles you could hold.
So I just got thrown
Huzzah.
right into a thing
What is
that I
this?
cannot get out of.
Oh, you got to go down the thing and charge the cutscene up. You must.
I actually like the slow progression for the style of what this game is. Like, again, it's being called Metroid Dread. Like, it's building up to something which is very close.
Ooh. Just, it brings back the feel of Ninja Blade, a not hugely played game, but
Well, I think with something like Metroid and
I skipped it.
in general, you're trying to get an older group of players to get the nostalgia, and you want it to be a certain way so that you bring in the older players and you make them happy with their nostalgia. And then you're also trying to open this up to a whole brand new group of players so you can continue this line. And I don't know how well that they've done with drawing that line with creating new things that are exciting for younger players, as well as giving the older players what they want with that nostalgia of the game, because this very much looks like the older game, you know, as far as like the stylized portion of it.
that's a QTE without.
Oh.
This is the thing. And I know this, and I was moving because just the game was
Yeah.
marching forward. A lot of you in the audience know this too. The Emmy you can't kill naturally, and you have to get around it before you can actually do anything. And this is basically teaching you through, I believe, either letting you know in the text below or just straight up failure. I did die though.
Yeah.
And that means giveaway time, right? Oh, we get to give something.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, yay, Matt died. Yay.
Warm up the die hand.
I got a D20. We're going to count 20 rows over, basically, and then 20 rows back based on where the die lands.
All right, you got this. You
Let's-
call it out.
And 14.
Do the counting. I'll go do this.
Yeah, and while he's counting, I feel like we've just sort of subtly changed the genre of the game a little.
Yeah.
Right?
Whoever has the white armband on back, yeah, looking behind, never mind, it was the way the light was hitting you. Kat, we want to give that gentleman back, just want to wave a second? Yeah, you, the one who just turned their head. Yeah. We'll get you a prize later.
Yeah.
Come and see us after.
Yeah. So we're in the wrong genre, right? I don't expect in most action games that the first enemy is going to be a big scary monster I can't
Oh, God.
kill. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe you all do, but this feels like horror. The music, the tone,
Yeah.
this camera shot, this feels like horror. This feels like they're setting a new expectation for how I'm going to interact with enemies.
Yeah, and this is setting up, I believe, an instant, like, this is not an easy thing to do continually. This is setting up, like, you do it right away. It gives you that moment of breathing. You can slide right under. That's what that message obviously is. And
Interesting. They've decided that like the God of War method of giving you a little icon in the world needs to be improved on.
Yeah. And it is. They've completely changed the music. They've changed the tone, which is really interesting. I'm kind of curious that they actually started with one tone and switched to another this quickly in.
I think they want you to know that, like, and as you sort of learn as you go through, these are omnipresent sort of enemies throughout certain sections that you'll learn.
There's also the aspirational thing. You've spent a lot of money on developing a ton of content, and you want the player to know that there's a lot more than what you're seeing right now, so that they realize that like it's worth continuing on to discover it.
So I'm actually very interested in this moment here too, because you
Yeah.
come in, you touch the brain, which I don't. The first time I registered this, because later on you notice that they keep being brains. You get the energy from it, and it turns your arm cannon into the Omega cannon. I feel like I, for whatever reason, didn't remember this and had to play through this moment a couple different times and figure it out. But like this is much more clear than I remember it the first time.
So is that a separate thing than the rocket, or did it change your rocket
So
arm?
this is a thing that is specifically designed to, this is sort of, I think, the game's tutorial of teaching you how to eventually take out the Emmy. Because I think you basically go through and you get either to different areas or you beat a certain boss, you get the Omega Cannon, you can go back and you can destroy the Emmy who hunts you in certain spots.
Okay.
Target nearby, face that direction.
I mean, talking about aspirational, right? Our first upgrade is the Omega Cannon, right? It's not like the charge shot. It's not the power ball. It's the Omega Cannon, right?
What's that dance you have to do with your fingers and thumb? It's left trigger, left thumbstick, and right trigger?
Like,
Okay. Oh, wait, and Y while still holding? Oh my gosh.
and I will forget.
So that was 4 buttons to do that trick?
It's the Omega Cannon.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Oh, what? All right. New prize.
What happened?
I walked through the door.
What happened?
You fool.
Two and
It's always doors.
You just walked through a door.
2 and a 19.
We have that weakness in common with every D&D party ever, as I'm sure the audience is well aware.
Yeah.
Dragons, liches, doors, the great enemies of D&D.
Second row lady with the pink jacket. Your prize number 2. D20s are good that way.
All right. I won't just run forward because I think it's going to be right here.
Ooh,
Oh, okay.
take that.
And that's the only way you can take these things out.
That
No.
felt very Omega.
Now, are they going to take that weapon away from you, or do you not
Yes.
have it? Okay.
Oh, what?
This is a Metroid game, come on.
So it's a puzzle fight.
Yep. Okay. And they're telling you. Okay. So you
Okay.
basically you got one shot.
Yep.
Can't miss your chance.
You can. If it doesn't go away if you like miss, if I remember correctly, it's just once it's complete, you are done.
What kind of game logic is that? Unlimited shots until you. Well,
I mean,
never mind.
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
I love the broken doors. That little door, like the other doors are just open nice and quick. This one was like, and like it just feels more lived in than just a generalized.
Does it always do that for that door,
No.
or is it randomized?
Well, actually, I don't know if it's randomized. I don't know, but that door, like I think, actually is just now open. All right. I can't go. Oh, so yeah, this was something that I was like, I always expect I can just be the ball instantly. You can't. So you can't get back in there.
Okay. So you're back where you went in the other side. Okay.
So if I look at the map, I'm going into new spots now because I
Okay.
can't actively go back this direction. Not that I really want to.
Did
That
they
map
color
is-
code that? Was that grayed out to specifically show you can't go back to that area?
Let's go double check that real quick. I will save it broken.
Always save.
What do we just get?
Matt's going to be holed up in his hotel room between this
Yeah.
panel and our next panel playing Metroid Dread
Yes.
because he's got the itch now. We're going to be like, Matt, we're going to go do stuff. We want to play D&D. He's like, no. Beat
My
Metroid Dread. Must get better than 10%. You can always come back at Extra Breakfast and ask us, how far is Matt in Metroid Dread now?
Oh, that was
Water
fun. Okay.
effects. Yeah.
Okay, so we've just learned that water is A, water exists, and B, water can be moved.
And
between
you
areas.
can't slide when
Yeah.
there's water.
Oh, so that just kept you from going back. Interesting. Okay.
I really like the sort of gating mechanics that they do. Welcome to another Emmy room. Population, someone gets a prize.
I do really like that they differentiate using the doors, too. That's a pretty good staple of Metroids since forever.
Listen to the music there and look at the color that they just did with that. They're setting you up completely for something's about to come out and do something
Did that open
scary.
up a huge room then?
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
that's the. Oh, I don't actually. Central unit.
That's a friend.
Yeah. Color palette
heard
and
they're
sound. When I worked on Crimson Skies, it was very much exploration mode was blue and soft music.
Yep.
And then combat, red and angry. And you knew.
So these walls feel, you know, later on you can start climbing them. You don't have the ability yet. So
Well, spoilers, geez.
Well-
We haven't gotten there yet.
we only have so much time. Can you go?
It's interesting though because they're bright. They're attracting your eyes, saying I should be going that way.
Well, I feel like that's a Metroid thing too, the tease, because then it's aspirational as well. Like you trust it enough to know that even though you're stuck here, at some point you're going to come back and be able to do it.
Hello.
Like Zelda and this game both do that kind of thing well, I think.
So that's a pretty big escalation, too. The first Emmy we saw was damage.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Was Whoa.
That was cool.
was all sparky and damaged and old, and this one is very much not, and also does not appear to have bones. So, you know, there's that.
I think this is now a race between me and the Emmy to get out of
Run away!
And they've changed the music. The music is now runaway music.
Yep.
And we've got that red.
Yeah.
No,
You're in
that's a- nope, can't do
danger.
that. Oh.
Oh, you're in danger.
Hello.
Oh no! Run away!
The audience is cheering on the Emmy. It's fine. It's fine. We know you want the prize.
Oh,
Kick it!
Oh, man, right in the jimmies.
Okay.
I love that everybody claps whenever he
Yeah,
dies. Now.
right.
That's
Well, I
awesome.
mean, it's like the sound of a club hitting the ground during a juggling performance, right? That sound means applaud the jugglers,
So I
right?
think we have another D. We got another die. 4.
Okay, so let's see.
Four back.
Okay, okay.
Way back. Gentleman in the pinkish shirt back there, you're number 3, or prize 3.
There we go.
Yay. So do we? These are very quick redos. They're not quite like Super Meat Boy try again, but it does make it very clear that the price of failing one of these puzzles is death
Yeah.
immediately, right?
I like
and that's
that.
okay because the rerun is so short, right?
Yeah.
We're not even dealing with a
But you can also
Dark Souls-
skip.
You can also skip this. And later on, when Emmys kill me quite a bit, they don't have a cutscene like this
Yeah.
the entire time. So, but I like this because it just pulls right back out. You're in it again,
Yeah, I like that as well.
and then it's a race.
And actually, I mean, they're putting you back to a great spot. They're putting you back to let's do the race again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the equivalent, it's not a save points, it's an auto save point system, but it's very nicely picked for where it goes.
Oh, yeah, no, I went the wrong way. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, maybe he doesn't like water.
High.
Okay, there you go.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, did that just make you, why, how did you get through?
So I think it's, I don't know why
Probably.
that time it did it. I think because the Emmy couldn't get me. Because it can't cross water. This I'm actually, I don't
What are they?
know.
The undead?
Right? I was
Yeah.
thinking that
I
too.
am the Emmy. I want to suck your
And
blood.
then it turns into Curse of Strahd.
No, Matt. We've talked about this. Every game is not Curse of Strahd.
You'd be surprised.
I want to see Neil Patrick Harris like dissecting one of those bug things because that's what it totally makes me think of.
Would
It's
you like to learn more?
afraid.
I'd like to meet Neil Patrick Harris just in general, but yeah.
All right, got a missile
Okay,
tank.
so we got another upgrade. I'm also looking at the monster bones here, so I'm guessing that we're gonna meet something really large later.
Storytelling through world building as opposed to text is great when you can do it.
Hi, computer.
Uploading data.
Both Emmy you encountered were clearly trying to capture
So
you.
it's
They
interesting.
were not trying to capture. They were definitely killing.
Capture.
Yeah.
Emmy send out a pulse.
It's also interesting looking that they basically have two classes of enemy. Enemy that's really badass, and enemy that you're just, you know, blowing through without even thinking about it. So at the moment, there's only two options. They aren't giving you a gradation of enemies like we see in a lot of other games like this. It's thing that's trivial for you or thing that you run from. So that is setting up more of a horror style game.
And it's compartmentalizing it. Like what Adam is teaching us here is that like, okay, just so you know, when you're in those rooms, run.
Yeah, and also by reducing the number of variables in a set, like not having you progress through a bunch of the sort of the chud folks, it helps you focus on some of the core mechanics, and I'm sure they'll layer on the rock paper scissors as you go.
Estimate a 99% probability of death.
So you're saying there's a chance.
GLaDOS is making an appearance here.
So I don't care what Morpheus told you. When you see an agent, run.
The Emmy are immune to your current weapons.
This is Master Control Program.
To defeat the first Emmy, your only option now is to evade capture and find an exit. Your highest priority in an Emmy zone should be simply to survive.
Boom, done.
That's always my highest
Yeah, I was gonna
priority.
say.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Kat.
Okay.
I also like the door sampler
Oh,
we
yeah.
get here,
So you
right?
can't do anything here.
Right. The door sampler is sort of a standby of all like 2D door-based exploration games, as it were, or like a gate sampler.
Can't go in there. I do love small things too. Like I love the grates just broken here. Like they're just background elements, but it just makes the world feel a little more.
Feel great?
Yeah, feels great. Wow,
Yeah.
Sorry, that one was really
You should roll a die for that.
For those on our Twitch channel, we
I'm
have
dead.
a pungeon, a place where we consign those guilty of the highest level of pun crime. It is currently inhabited by mostly copies of Jeff. So just take from that information what you will.
Have we seen a slope like that before?
A what?
I'm just looking at the slope to the left.
Not one. Well, we did when I fell down into the first Emmy room. There was
Okay.
like that tube.
I was just checking.
No, this is
Run
different than the
up it.
tube because you're going to do a slide attack eventually with that, I'm assuming. Like getting all the Koopas or whatever on.
Yeah.
Oh, then I can go out here. Wait, I'm just curious where. Ah.
Okay, so we are starting to get some of the. You've seen this here. They're doing the level teasing as well.
Can't go
It's
that way.
interesting from like an interface perspective. I mean, the health, even though you're getting, we're seeing it, the health comes back so quickly that the health bar almost seems irrelevant at this point in the game based on the kind of things that you encounter. The same with the missile count, in that,
Yeah.
there's been nothing useful to use missiles on yet, and we're, 20 plus minutes into the game.
Which is interesting because does it teach you not to care at all? And when things get hairy enough where missing out, like running out of missiles or health, like is a critical thing, are you going to actually look there to know that that's a problem?
No.
More with the running. We're running out of prizes. Run faster, Matt.
It can go through doors. There's nowhere to. No, boy.
This is fine for a given definition of fine.
They do a really good job of putting a frantic energy in. That's really nice.
Yeah, and like I haven't really seen. Oh, it's still tracking me. I didn't see any explodey walls before, at least in that way. That was like.
Oh,
Hi.
That's something new.
Yes.
Hi,
So,
friends.
Oh, these are their friends.
Oh no.
Not friends. They are in fact food. This is also teaching you that fighting underwater is a thing you can do,
It's
right?
terrible.
Well, but before we walked in water, right? And one could reasonably assume that a person in a spacesuit could
Yeah.
exist in water, though there have been games that have done otherwise. So this is sort of forcing you to know that you can run and fight in the water, not just standing in it.
It's funny, the water was so subtle there that against the background gray, it took me a moment to realize you were underwater just because the color palette was so close
Yeah.
on that, or at least on this monitor that we're watching on. But yeah, I'm still curious the fact that there's been no good reason to use a rocket this far into the game.
Come here.
Like, Matt, do they like track or anything?
Do they? No. At
Okay.
least not right now. Go. Can I make this? No. So you must need the double jump or something along those lines.
Yeah.
I do like the surprise, though, of like having those little guys that we're going through and murderizing, and then getting to these big guys, and that music goes up. It like instantly makes your heart race, like you know you're in trouble. That's a really, really enjoyable thing with the game.
Yeah. And
'Cause,
I was like,
yeah, you're going into this lull and you're learning things, and all of a sudden it's like boom, all the way up to like level 10.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a clip waiting to happen,
Yeah.
too, right? As like we're looking for those like bite-sized minute, 30-second to a minute of like, oh, I remember
it's
my
Death
first
Pigeon.
Emmy. Watch Will panic. See him panic. That's good content.
Were you able to tag a location on that map and
You
then it
can.
somehow appears somewhere
like,
in the environment?
I
Or
don't know if
whatever?
it appears in the environment, but like you can have markers like,
Oh,
I
just
want to
for-
come back here
okay.
because I knew that once I get the suit that lets me jump underwater, I could.
Right, but it doesn't affect your mini map or
No,
anything.
no.
Okay.
But that's interesting. So this is one of those games then where you will be going through the same environment multiple times, and it's teaching you that by exposing you to things you can't get to yet.
Yeah. Classic.
And I love this too, because like, okay, can't move forward. This changed the environment behind. Like I'll be able to now make progress by going backwards.
That's interesting. I almost expected it to be more blatant on that because that can be really frustrating to some people. I can't tell you the number of games I've seen where you get to that and you spend like, why can't I do it? And then you're like, oh, I have to go back and go around.
I have to go to YouTube. That's me. I'm old.
Man, that makes me old. Well,
Or I ask my kids.
there you go.
They'll figure it out in a minute.
Give me that map.
Yeah. So it's interesting. This is completely not what I was expecting from previous Metroid games. Like, the tone is different. The fact that almost none of the weapons do anything, in there is different. The color palette's different. The music's different. It's taking an existing franchise and moving it into a whole new field, which is really kind of fun. I don't see that done a lot.
It's, I don't know, I really like it because it's still, even though it is doing new things, to me it does still feel like Metroid. Like, this is exactly sort of, even though right now we haven't gotten any, like, cool weapons or anything like that. Oh.
To me, this almost
Missile.
Oh, okay. Woo! Nice.
Never didn't have it.
Oh.
That's really cool. So, two fast things. One, I think it's really valuable there that the changing the water level forces you to go backwards because it cements in your idea that you're going to be retreading things,
Yeah.
right? So, while I'm sure many people in the audience have played a Metroidvania game of some kind, whether it's Hollow Knight or Ori or original Metroid or Castlevania or this or whatever, if you haven't, that cements that you will need to go back at some point later on. And I also want to draw attention to the mapping as being one of the more accessible styles of Metroidvania mapping I've seen. It keeps track of where you've been, and the map is telling you where to go next, it feels like, rather than some other examples, again, like Hollow Knight, where it won't tell you anything about where you have been until you find an item. Right, which doesn't help for the part where you're lost trying to find Cornifer in Foggy Canyon, right? In Fog Canyon, where he's very difficult to find. This feels like a very good mid-ground between you can get lost, but also there is a reason to explore and find him.
What's the rating for this game in terms of
ESRB?
Pardon me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the ESRB rating.
I actually do not know.
Because the one thing I'm noticing is that for such a dark and foreboding game, there's no jibs on the organic stuff, and then there's no broken parts on the mechanical stuff. And
I bet it's teen.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's just it seems like a lot of the games where it's kind of horror based, you'll see a lot more of that gore. It's also when you're going for an international market or whatever, the standards are different and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
it is interesting to me.
So there's no way for me to get through this right now, correct? Because right now, it's funny, we were just talking about how easy the thing is. I am not entirely remembering where to go.
So the question is this frustrating or is it kind of, so what we did a lot in user research was we'd watch people play games and then we'd measure their attitudes as well, because as it turns out, getting stuck isn't always frustrating. It's actually, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's frustrating and sucks and you want to fix that.
Yeah.
I think someone in the audience is actually pointing the way you need to go, so if you want to just follow his hand signals.
Walking.
Thank you.
We appreciate that.
And Twitch chat has fired back, as they are so often want to do. This game is rated T.
Teen?
Yep.
Okay.
But a reminder for those aficionados in the audience that Final Fantasy XIV, including Stormblood, is rated T, so take from that what you will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Man, yeah, it's interesting for me watching this, having seen some of the previous ones, but it almost reminds me of going from the movie Alien to Aliens, where they had a different, the same franchise, but it was very much a different tone between the two movies.
I can't move that. I can't climb that.
Hey, Kat, is there a tabletop role-playing game or any kind of board game that's taken place in the Metroid universe?
That plays in the Metroid universe? Not that I know of. You have seen a few people who have tried creating what they're doing here in Metroid, where, they're going through, I can't remember, platformer games in a board game space, but I don't think it translates well.
So I think that was the first time we were seeing that huge circle. I'm guessing that was the awareness radius of the thing chasing you.
No. So did I actively raise all the water, or did it? Let's see. Let's go back down.
Are you activating that yellow circle thing?
No, that is it scanning me. It knows when I'm moving when it's in a certain radius.
Oh, so it's listening to you or whatever.
Yeah.
Does that mean you can lead it into a
You're
dangerous
like making
spot?
too much
So I
noise
think,
or
oh, okay.
something.
I think you have to stay on this. Oh no, I guess I did it already. Okay, so that's
You're
locked
getting-
down. Time to get out of here.
Dangerously close to prize time.
Yeah. Nope. Okay.
So then, for those people who have,
No, it's okay. It's
Totally
okay.
fair.
It's okay.
Totally
He's got a chance.
I don't.
No.
For my demise.
All right, D20.
Okay, what's that?
4.
4 rows. Okay, so let's see. 4 over, and how many rows back?
7.
I think that individual already has one because we rolled a 4 for the.
Let's do the person right in front of him then. So person with the hat and mask right
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Question.
And get ready to roll again.
I kicked it. I kicked the.
Matt. It's okay, buddy.
Take a bow. Take a bow.
Matt, we're gonna run out of prizes here. I'm
Listen,
gonna have to ask
all
you
right.
to do a little bit better.
Well, you're holding it in 2 different ways.
Oh, here,
Okay.
let's just.
Land it on its edge. There's 18. 18.
18.
Also, we only have 10 minutes left.
All right.
So
All right.
we should probably try and reach some kind of conclusion.
19. So way back.
Nobody quite in that seat, so let me do that again.
Where is it? Where is it? It's above me.
1.
1
Not 20.
Nice.
and.
No applause for that, just for death.
Okay, I'm in a bad spot. It's right there.
What is that thing?
This is you get a tri-beam and you can move them. See how?
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
making noise.
So making noise does draw it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're
Doesn't-
just playing a horror game. This is just
Yeah.
horror Metroid,
I was
which is
totally
awesome. That's
thinking
not a
that.
complaint, by the way. It's
Yeah.
just coming to that conclusion.
Well, and with the way the music goes, and then like having the lulls, and then the heart racing, like it plays
Yeah.
exactly like a horror game with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because they want to lull you into that sense of security in order to do those jump scares, in order to get the maximum amount of your heart racing going into those. So absolutely.
And I think that makes sense with the not letting us be awesome at the beginning, because if we were awesome at the beginning, then we might resent the fact that we are no longer awesome
got it.
because we would have the moment of, oh gosh, if only I was more awesome.
Can you jump
then
into
I
that?
could,
I have to get the floor the right
Yeah.
height. That's what I missed last time.
Oh,
I could totally defeat this enemy if I only had, my magical plus 25 ME slaying laser sword kick move that I get from, I don't know, entering the Konami code in the floor of the weird room that I have.
Oh.
okay.
The floor is like
Yep.
floats or is buoyant, and then it's okay. I gotcha.
Come this way, friend.
Yes, right this way.
That's actually the first puzzle that complicated we've seen. There we go.
Nice.
Yay! Thank you for the first applause for me not dying.
Oh, hey,
Don't
your
worry,
buddy-
it's coming.
I think they were preemptively applauding because they think this one's gonna get you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no.
Well, I think the big thing here, though, is do the people who love Metroid, have they fallen in love with the game, with what they've seen, and then are we bringing in a newer audience?
As far as from what the.
Is there enough stuff here to bring in that newer audience, newer generation, people who don't know what Metroid is,
For me, yes. I mean, I loved the Prime series, but I did kind of fall off after it, and this has reinvigorated. Ooh, ow!
Yeah.
Sort of my love for this franchise, which I've
Does it make you want to go back and play the old game?
maybe when I'm done.
Yeah.
And then I guess my question would be, do we think that being such it's not a departure, but it is different, right, in tone and pacing. Like even Jeff said, we were expecting something a little faster paced at the beginning, something that dumped you into more action. Do we think that if Dread is someone's first Metroid game, will they be interested in the same way as in older titles
Right.
that don't do that, right? Because it has to
Right.
go in both directions. Because every game in this franchise could be somebody's first instance of that franchise.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Oh, you broke it.
There
Okay,
we go.
so-
Hey, in an
yeah.
hour we got a weapon.
Whoa!
Which is actually, so I actually really like this because it's about at this point in the game where I'm like, I feel like I've done a lot of the tricks.
Okay.
And it instantly, like right at that correct moment, at least for me in my play style, it gives me a new trick. And now I'll
Okay.
be able to go back and explore, like it's even teaching me about the doors. Like you can now shoot the 3-beam door or whatever.
Yeah. Ratchet
Okay.
and Clank was one of the first games that I felt like the lead designer was sitting behind me, and as soon as he knew I was having enough fun and learned enough, he put a new trick in front of me to learn. And you don't notice it, but it feels really good when you think about it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that when it's done right, it just feels very natural. And that's one of the best things about it is just being like, oh, well, of course the game would do it this way.
Matt, is this the room we started
This
in?
is the room we started.
I was just gonna
Oh,
ask
that's
that.
awesome.
Yeah.
So we've got a natural
Now we go
loop
back through.
that
we see the
brings
map?
us right back to where we began.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And apparently there's at least air up here. I also, side note, really like the map. It colors in a lighter shade of blue for everything you've touched. So
Yeah.
like if I jump here and go back to the map,
Oh, yeah.
Is there an accessibility setting for that in terms of the colors that
I
they
don't know.
use or
Let's
patterns?
check out.
I also wanted to check and see if there's an accessibility setting for the voice. I don't know about you all, but sometimes those super synthesized or modulated electronic voices can get a little grating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're listening to a long cutscene. So if we have one of those with Adam or the equivalent thereof later on, I'd kind of be interested to just have a different voice.
Yeah.
It's cool.
What time is it?
We're a
You got
couple
5,
minutes from
yeah.
the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame
Is that
because those
final
kinds of
thoughts?
things, it seems the modern way is to have more options.
Yeah.
I say,
Accessibility.
we're 5 minutes from the end. Well, this seems like a good stopping point. Why don't we
Yeah.
do some last thoughts, give away a couple more.
Well, how many people we had? We had 5, right?
We have 5 giveaways so far.
I think we've done, yeah, let's see.
3 or
So,
4.
People remember who got the things, but yeah,
Yeah.
let's do a couple more real quick while we.
Well, we got the 5 here.
Oh, we have
Yeah.
5 right.
5.
Yeah.
The 5.
Fine.
It was perfect.
Okay,
Matt
well, there we
and I,
go.
exactly the
Don't
right
mess
number
with
of times.
perfection.
Good job. Yeah, right,
Don't
exactly.
mess with
Matt, yeah,
perfection.
right. Good, yeah.
You're very good at dying. Very good.
Yeah. So, yeah, kind of looking at this, again, completely not what I thought it was going to be.
We purposely kept it away from Jeff
Yeah.
Yeah.
before this panel.
Well, I mean, that's always one of the fun things is, coming in completely blind, looking at it, saying, what can you look at it, from both a game player's perspective and a game designer's perspective.
Actually, with that in mind, I kind of want to go down with people with far more game design experience than me, just sort of like your favorite thing about it and your least favorite thing about it.
So let's start on that end.
Okay, sure.
Let's make
Beyond
logo.
not having a place for me, which I kind of expect from Nintendo, I think my favorite thing is the map. That's super helpful for me. I get lost all the time in stream, in talking to someone. I'll be like thinking about where I need to go, and then someone in chat will cause me to go off on a long-winded tangent because they like doing that, and I love the map for that. Least favorite thing, that intro. Intro felt way too long, way too much text. I'm already going to be reading for a really long time. It feels like I have to read that information to relay it to chat. I don't just want to start my experience off by just skip.
Yeah.
Right? So that's probably where I sit with
All
it.
right. Kat?
Yeah, for me, the intro was insanely too long, and it gave you a lot of information that if you're not familiar with franchise and stuff, you're like, okay, there's a virus, I guess, and there's things happening. I like the puzzle portion of it, and I do like in the beginning, I felt like, oh, I could probably pass on this game, but probably, right around this 10% area, I'm like, okay, it's solidified at this percentage here. I'm like, okay, now this looks like a game that I would want to play. Like, I've seen enough of it at 10%, but I don't think that's actually a good thing, because you gotta get to 10% first.
Also, this is just 10% of Artaria. There's like
Yeah.
a ton of different zones. This is, so there's a
So,
bunch after this.
although I would play this game, I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't have gone through and watched this.
I'm going to Kobayashi Maru that. I'm not going to answer the direct question because I actually think more importantly, like you've heard snark here from time, but really user research and usability should be a love letter to the game. And so you're hearing the snark, but what's really interesting when you test with users who like these types of games and play these types of games, you really learn quickly that what I like and what I find fun can be very different from the people who actually love these types of games. I worked on something like Microsoft board games, like stocking stuff for $19.99. We did play tests where we actually quantitatively measured how people liked them. It was one of the top-rated games. I mean, Clippy was your buddy talking to you during the game. Like, how can anyone? But people who like board games with AI players, and just like to jam on that for $15 at the store, they loved it. And so this is why you watch users, talk to users, have, watch podcasts and streams and stuff, and really talk to them directly and engage them, because you learn quickly that, the subjectiveness of what is fun.
Yeah. Jeff, we got 1 minute, go.
Gotcha. And for me, actually, part of it is like, the intro was too long. Like, for me, like, where I feel for the audience, it almost should have started with her waking up and she got pieces of her memory back as she hit each checkpoint, so that you'd be thrown right into the game and get going. And it would be, part of hitting different areas would be a reward of it while you're there. Start off with the low context, drive it in. But I really liked the chase scenes. Like, for me, they felt like they put a lot of polish into getting the chase scenes to feel frantic with the music and the lighting and the sliding and the climbing, and that just looked fun. Like, that looks like something that, with the new environments, with the weapons, with the way they're doing it, is going to be an enjoyable part of the game that I don't see a lot done with that level of polish. And I appreciate the attention to detail, and that those levels were very well built to be able to execute on the idea of the game.
And as you get further in the game, and you get more toys, those areas get more complex. You get a cloaking device, you get a bunch of different things that sort of work, and they take energy and knock you off your health. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But anyway, thank you so much for coming to Design Club Live. We have one more panel, I believe, on Saturday, on the 11th. We're doing Extra Breakfast, live and animated. We'll have David Hueso, one of our artists from Spain, who will be here as well, drawing what we talk about. We'll be talking about gaming and tech news that day. Please come by and hang out. That'll be Q&A time and a bunch of other stuff there. So if you're around on Saturday, please come check that out.
We also have posters and stickers to give out to everybody. So so make sure to hit up the people over here and get some posters and stickers before you leave. And then the people that did win prizes, come up to the podium, and we will make sure that you guys get something as well.
And we'll be hanging out outside for like 15 or so if you want to come say hi or whatever.
Have a good PAX, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the panel. And it's GPU MIA, and I think we all know what that means, right? Who here has had a little trouble building or getting a gaming PC? Anyone, just raise your hands, it's okay, yeah. Oh, that's a lot of hands.
Oh, these are people we've
About almost as many hands as there are people here, yeah. Last year and a half was pretty rough, and we want to talk about that, what's going on now and what's going on in the future, and my name is Brayathorn. You may have heard of me, you may not. I've been helping people for a while to find PCs, usually through system integrators, and it's been working out pretty well, actually, because, well, we'll get to that later. The next thing I want to do is have the panelists here, who were nice enough to join me, introduce themselves. Let's start right here.
Yo guys, how we doing? My name is Blastin. I help creators and just gamers find and elevate their live stream and gaming experience through PC building or any type of production like that. So my main goal this entire time was helping you find parts to be able to build a computer. Lately, of course, it's been hard, but we're coming to that line or that light at the end of the tunnel. So, yeah.
My name is TJ. I am the founder of Alexander PCs. We're a Intel Gold Tier and NVIDIA partner system builder. We're out of the Chicago area, and hopefully you guys check us out.
Hey guys, it's King Perez, marketing executive producer for iBuyPower. You may have heard of us. We have incredible distribution everywhere, and we're just out here to try to help you guys get systems in your hands as well. Also, we have a scavenger hunt with Peepo, so if you guys haven't seen that yet, check us out on socials.
Let's go.
Hey guys, I'm Noah with Ironside Computers. I do marketing, sponsorships, partnerships, things like that. We're a computer company based out of Austin, Texas. A lot of our bread and butter is design work. So we make some really awesome custom things, custom oil painting, custom UV printing. We have an awesome PC here with our friends at Intel right now if you want to go check it out. But yeah, make some fun stuff.
Hey, how are you? My name is Chris Jurgens. I'm co-owner with Austin here of Viral Computers, viraltech.com. We specialize in, similar to Ironside, completely unique, one-off, and custom one-of-one computers.
I'm Austin, exactly what he said.
Cool. So you'll notice that there's a lot of system integrators here. Now, for those, most of you here will know what a system integrator is, and that's someone who takes parts and integrates them into a system. Basically, they build PCs. Not to be confused with OEM. Oh, we don't seem to have any OEM representatives here. I don't know why that is. Anyway, it's generally my route has been to help people understand system integrators, what their sites are like, help them navigate them, and because there's a lot of people who want to get into PCs and are new to gaming PCs, new to the PC industry. The interest in PC gaming, as a lot of us know, skyrocketed over the last year and a half. Interesting timing with supply issues and shortages and bots and scalpers and all those lovely things that made everything very easy and awesome. So it's been helpful. We've been able to help a lot of people find stuff, and the main thing that I tried to do was help avoid pitfalls, mistakes. Go directly to their websites. I usually recommend going that route rather than going through a third-party retailer. Those kinds of things, and of course you can check out my content every week. That's pretty much what I go over. Now, that's not to say that we're not encouraging DIY, especially now that it's becoming more possible. As a matter of fact, that's what I did for 25 years or so, build my own PCs. But when you couldn't, what could you do? You had to do something. So the other side of this is that I wanted to sort of show, and although they have a presence here, some of them will have a booth here or have systems on display, I wanted to show that a lot of these websites where all we see is the website, that's mainly all we get to take a look at. You just see a website, feed it money, computer show up, right? But there are passionate people who care about what they do at these companies, behind these PCs, getting you the gaming PC of your dreams, helping you get what you want, have the experiences you've been wanting to have. So here's a bunch of them right here. All of them? No, but a bunch. So what I'd like to do is, for each of the system integrators, if you could tell me Because the way I see things is that every company like this has something unique to offer, something that they focus on, something that matters most to them that they try to bring to the market. So if we could come down the line the opposite way, could you guys let me know, summarize what makes your company different, your PCs different?
So at Viral, what we do is, obviously PCs are a dime a dozen. Obviously we're talking parts, so that's not a dime a dozen. But what we do is we build PCs fully spec'd out, customized to your liking. We create really just kind of one-off builds. Take any kind of, we vinyl wrap all of our PCs. We can paint as well, but we're kind of known for doing some pretty exotic builds. We did a pretty Halo build. We've built different PCs for different manufacturers, different companies out there. But yeah, that's what we're really known for.
Yeah, so with Ironside, we're sort of in a similar space. That design is where we like to be. You know that computers can't work unless it's form and function. So we still want to make sure that it's an awesome PC at the end of the day. But getting those designs that are one of one and things that are oil painted in-house. We just released a line that's celestial bodies, all kind of planets, oil painted in-house. Then we work with our great UV printer, getting our awesome creative team, making those things come to life. We also want to make them accessible too. We don't want to make everything really cool and all the great work just kind of hidden behind, expensive kind of paywalls almost with a $7,000 PC. So we like doing limited editions as well that have some custom work that we can kind of make a bunch of and make them really accessible. Still let you kind of design your own PC, get your own parts with it, but then have that awesome kind of design work in the case or the rest of the system across the board.
And hey guys, so for iBuyPower, I think the history of the company, so we've been in business now for over 20 years, and it's humbling to be in this panel too, because we started in a garage with 2 people. Now we build more PCs than Dell in the United States. So being in that kind of distribution level, we always have to think about how to be agile with the parts that we're able to offer you, and they're still off-the-shelf parts. Having the ability to continually offer you that. And in this last year, noticing a trend that there are more DIY, and the DIY culture has come out. We're fortunate enough to kind of have the investing power to spin off Height, which is our newest sub-brand. And I see some headsets out there with a Height brand on it. And yeah, we took that momentum and are out here to try to diversify the space and create new products for the DIY market. And that enables us to kind of olive branch situation with all of these guys, which I'm actually looking forward to talking to. So, but that's been the greatest challenge for us, but always maintaining the fact that we can provide you guys the parts that you need.
Okay.
Nice. So Alexander PC is actually, rather than a garage with 2 people, we actually started in a basement with 1 person. So it wasn't all that long ago, to be honest with you. And now we've got a nice shop in the Metro Chicago area, and we're up to 7 people. So so far so good. But our overarching theme is that we want to use absolute fantastic quality components. We provide a lifetime warranty, and we strive to create the best possible customer experience. While we do a lot of custom builds, what you won't find on our website is a configuration tool. In order to get a custom build from us, you have to actually communicate with us, whether that be via text message or DM or call the shop and talk to a human. What a concept. That's a little bit outdated, but what we've found in our experience is that if we can actually speak with someone and get an idea what their use case is, what their goals are, what's their vision for the project, then ultimately the more information we have going in, the better we can recommend the right configuration, the right components for their usage, and the better we can bring their vision to life when it comes to the actual aesthetic appearance of the PC at the end. We have who I believe is absolutely the best custom art guy in the game, Matt the Aussie, and hopefully if you guys get a chance, we would encourage you to check out our gallery, check out our socials, see some of the stuff we've done, and yeah, that's our story.
Heck yeah. As a content creator and someone who is always, I don't want to use the term for the people, but from a PC building standpoint, like myself, my goal is to always build a PC from the bottom line, meaning it costs X amount of dollars to build this for X amount of performance. And I am not a PC integrator, more of a content creator, just showing you and guiding you what you can get the best dollars from. But just from the fact of 2 years versus to where we are today and having just several different system integrators gives you way more value. I'll get to how much value they're giving to us, but I can rest assured and say that the value and the work that they are giving to us is there, despite the dollar amount. Now, we'll get into arguments later about price and whatnot, but
Are you guaranteeing we're going to argue? Is it just?
I love arguing, yes. Me and Bray, we go back and forth. But just from going, all jokes aside, but just going from a standpoint from going, I can buy and make this PC versus I can get this shipped to my house, it's starting to become a very strong argument, you know, like why and who and like how. So looking forward to what everyone has to say later on.
Well, okay, so that's a lot. It's a wide gamut of when you ask someone, hey, what's important to you? We just kind of did that, right? And when someone is in charge of a business or working at a business, what's important to them shines through in the products that they make. So as a consumer, you know that's because a lot of these answers are quite different. Price to performance, right? Or customization, one-on-one, one of one, custom art, hand-painted. Or just getting the best PC that you can for the dollars you have. All those different approaches. Not one of them works for everyone, but there is one for everyone. And let me ask you guys a question really quick. Who here has ever heard someone say something like, well, if you don't build your own PC, you're not a true gamer? Right? Okay. That's two different hobbies. They're completely separate, okay?
Yeah.
You can do one without the other. There are people who build PCs who don't like gaming. Why can't it go the other way around?
I mean, I drive a car and I didn't build my car.
Right.
I build PCs and I game, but
yeah,
I had a Sega Genesis and I didn't build that, so.
I would encourage you to say that sentence to esports teams who are literally professional gamers, and most of them do not build their own PCs. I promise you that. It's one of those archaic sort of thought processes where it's like, I like this, and I don't want other people to try this without doing what I like. I don't want them to do something that I don't want. If they don't do it the way I want to do it, then they're not really into it. Boy, that was my best sentence ever, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was really good, really good. Yeah, that's why I do this for a living. So what it comes down to is with this huge influx of people interested in PC gaming, and a lot of tech channels, tech YouTube channels, many of whom I love, having spent years and years saying, oh, pre-builts are bad. Pre-builts are bad. They're terrible. And you know what? There are some that are pretty bad out there. My goal is to help you avoid those, right? That's what my content is about. But just saying they're all bad is dumb. How can they be all bad? They're computers. They're literally just parts that are kind of already put together. You can buy it if you really want to build. During this time when we couldn't get a GPU, my message to builders was, buy pre-built, un-pre-built it, rebuild it. You just built a computer. It just comes in really fancy packaging, okay? This thought process, this sort of that sticks around for so long that if you didn't build it yourself, it's not really yours, or you're not really into doing what you're doing. It's old, and thankfully it's kind of going away. Especially because it was kind of the only way to get a GPU in the last year and a half, as I discovered myself, buying myself a PC. I needed to do an upgrade, and I was like, it was November 2020. I was like, well, cool. Got money, got no GPU. I'll just keep using this RX 580 to stream it and game and edit video. Very cool. It was pretty difficult. It was, they're fine, but not enough for what I wanted. So I watched the LTT series of, Secret Shopper. Very good series. You've got to check it out. And it led me to iBuyPower because they won. They beat every other company. And I was like, cool. Thanks, Papa Linus. That's what I'll do.
Got a question.
You got a question?
When can we start arguing?
We'll start arguing at 7:35.
Yeah.
Okay. So in this, and the fact that I was I was beginning at YouTube, I was like, well, I'll just film myself opening this thing and showing it off. And it showed that there was actually a huge interest in pre-builds. But no one is really saying it. No one was really saying it because of the sort of, you get ostracized or you'll get judged. So the message is out now, at least from me and several others who have turned into believers, right?
Yep, I'm one. I built, and working with Bray side by side, he, how do I say it? I learned from him, okay? He's proven that cost per dollar can go either way.
Yeah.
And availability can go either way, okay? And not even talking about warranties, and I'm not saying go buy a pre-built. I'm not saying go build your PC.
They're saying that, though. They say go buy pre-built. They say go buy pre-built.
They're saying that. But remember,
for the record, we are totally saying that.
But from the standpoint, I'm always going to say or give you an option to do something. So it's so hard nowadays versus the availability. Like, for instance, in my personal Best Buy, can go walk in and buy or order a GPU. I hear that in every forum, that Best Buy is the lousiest place that you can go get something. I also hear that you can walk. Yeah, okay, so he can confirm. He can confirm. Okay. But it also proves, guys, this is the point that I'm trying to make, that my region and area is different than another employee at a different Best Buy. Okay? I can walk in and hear, or I can watch videos and forums about, I can walk into a Micro Center and get a 3080 Ti. I go to my local Micro Center and can't even get anything. So that's why, like, okay, you can go secondhand, which I've done so many times, but which I will always go back and say, Bray, you have a point. I am on it.
The secondhand market is not kind to those who are new to PCs.
Oh, not at all.
If you're new to computers, the secondhand market can be it can be sketchy.
Especially for a new beginner.
If you don't know how to do diagnostics, replace parts, doing things like that. And then it's suggested all the time, kind of thoughtlessly, for those who are new to it. We assume people know the things that we know, right?
Yeah.
So, something to keep in mind. You can find great deals. You can also do the opposite. So, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, I'm interrupting.
No, I interrupted your question that, by the way, didn't have any question marks. I interrupted that. I'm very sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just messing with you, man. Okay. But no, yeah, it's changing minds on something like that. It just takes you have to ask the right questions, show the right facts, and that's why my videos are really long, and I will not shorten them. I'm sorry. All of that. Well, no, I'm not sorry. Actually, I'll take that part back. But yeah. So there is another side to this, though, because again, every pre-built has something different to offer. So how do you know which one is right for you?
Yep.
Well, you have to ask yourself questions, and many people in our growing Discord or in the comments on the YouTube channel will be like, "Hey, this processor, this GPU, is this good?" Yeah, probably. What do you want to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What do you actually want to do with it? And besides which, hey, should I wait? Now, guys, this one is all of us right here. Should I wait? That's the one that's going to get you. That's where not, because for many people coming over from console gaming, this is the biggest pitfall right here. You buy a console, and it's good for 7 years until they come out with a new one. Maybe there's a refresh. 7 years in PC hardware is it's just, you have like 18 different upgrades in that time. Releases of new processors, new hardware, new platforms, every 6 months, every year. So getting over that feeling of just like, wait, this was the best thing like 2 months ago. It's still great. It's still fine. It didn't blow up when something new came out, but getting over that sort of mentality of like, I have to have the best thing right now is really one of the hardest things. So
I got a question.
you got, yes.
So on the other opposite end of that, though, coming from console, what do you do with your old console? You probably just sell it to GameStop for like $10, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, $1.
Right, it's a great deal.
15 on a good day.
Great deal.
So it's an initial investment in a PC to where it's kind of like, secondhand, you're speaking secondhand. You can always maybe sell your old graphics cards that's really just still works perfectly fine.
Never used for mining. Never used for mining, I promise.
Correct, yeah. So what I'm getting at is it's an initial investment if anybody is in this room coming from console or just came from console is brand new to PC. It can be very overwhelming sometimes choosing the right parts and stuff. So back to the Discord message, is this right for me? Well, that can spin off in many different ways. Like, what are you doing with the PC? So I think that's what everybody up here has in common is we take that initial, well, let's have the conversation and let's see what you're playing, what you're doing, because person A might be editing video versus person B is doing schoolwork, editing video, and gaming 24/7. So I think that's what we try to pride ourselves up here in is separating ourselves from that Best Buy experience. Nothing against Best Buy.
Plenty of hardworking people at Best Buy. The best.
But yeah, that's just kind of like what I wanted to say.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you. So let's do this. If you guys could give a piece of advice to someone getting into PCs for the first time in 1 or 2 sentences, what would that advice be? What piece of advice would you give someone just getting into PCs for the first time? Let's start with Mr. Blaston here. What do you think?
All right, so my first piece of advice is to look for a content creator who is building PCs. I'm not just saying that you don't have to look at my content.
You do.
But it is,
no, we get it.
It is literally what I did before I started my YouTube channel, before I built all my friends' PCs, before I built my family PCs, before I built mine. I researched and I looked what it is, like Bray and everyone was saying. The question you have to ask yourself is, what are you going to be doing with it, and what games are you playing?
It's 1 or 2 sentences, buddy.
Sorry, but anyway, look.
I love you, man.
Look for yeah. I rag on him for talking too much, and he's ragging on me for talking too much. But anyway,
and we're both right.
Yeah, but in a couple words, research. Look for other PC build references, and what games or what tasks are you doing that needs those type of equipment.
Okay,
Plain and simple.
Raise your hands if he put the answer you were going to say in that paragraph you just said. Did you say what you were going to say? It's okay. Okay. TJ, what do you got?
Just communicate, do some research, find some third-party reviews, find somebody that you think that you can trust to give you honest answers to questions, and then ask somebody. That's the best thing that we can offer somebody is our expertise. If, stop me if you've heard this one, guys. How many frames can I get if I, and that's only a part of the picture.
Yes.
We don't know what resolution are you playing in, what game titles are you playing, what is important to you in your gaming experience. We have clients that all they like to do is play AAA titles in 4K with ray tracing, and then we have people that are esports fanatics where they could care less about ray tracing. They want to make sure they're frame capping their monitor. Or we get people that don't know what frame capping their monitor means. We get a lot of that too.
Yeah.
So if I had one piece of advice or one request from somebody that was checking us out as a potential destination for a PC, please communicate. Tell us what it is that you want, and then let us put together that experience for you. That's what we do.
All right. King, what do you got?
I think I'm going to take a different spin on it, and when I think about it, so it's an inclusive. It should always be an inclusive environment. Our tagline that we're developing pretty hard this year is called "Game with Us," and all of us should think about. Some people do not have education going into PC and are challenged to go and do their own builds. So us, and I'm sure everyone here, would absolutely give you advice if you just gave us a little bit of information about what you want this PC for, but we can't also be part of the problem of telling people that you shouldn't do this and you should only do this, but if you're not, you're a frenemy. Places like Best Buy exist because people absolutely don't know how to do or how to build PCs at all. It could be a Christmas present that someone just needs to get to their 14-year-old Fortnite player, and these are huge advantages, or at least for companies like us at this kind of distribution level, to be as inclusive as possible to every form of gamer, non-gamer, starting gaming PC available. And so it's really just, for me, a resonating message of just being available for people versus causing more of this like stigma of, oh, you're not building it yourself. Well, oh, wow, right? Just be inclusive. That's a part of having the choice, and that's for you guys.
Absolutely. Everybody wants to have, I mean, if someone's interested in something you love, that's a good thing. That's good, right? Like, we like that. No, you will really find out who a person is when you see them talk about something they're excited about, right? So if someone's excited about PC gaming and, you've been doing it for a long time, just be like, oh, noob, or whatever, you can, but just not in a nice way, I guess. All right, Noah, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I would say get in where you're comfortable. Don't feel like you have to get pushed into like, oh, well, I need a 3090, because everyone says they need a 3090, kind of like what he's saying. If you're comfortable building a PC, like I know my first experience, I had just watched thousands of hours of Linus Tech Tips videos until I got there. And then I looked at it and said, okay, I'm comfortable with being here. But if you're not at that point, don't feel like you have to go there. There's nothing wrong in buying pre-built. Of course, we might be a little biased up here, but still. Also, one of the great things about PC gaming and having that, as opposed to console specifically, is you have options. You can be wrong, and it's okay. So if you buy a 3060, and then you look at it, at the games you're playing, your tastes change, things change, and you say, I need a 3070, you can do that and just kind of move things over. You'll have to move things around a little bit, kind of sell things secondhand, find inventory, which is getting easier. We'll talk about that later. But you can move things around still, and you don't have to kind of go all the way out for a new PC. You can go things one at a time and kind of adjust as needed.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess I would say is once you do build your own or buy a computer and the new processor comes out and the new GPU comes out and the new motherboard comes out, don't beat yourself up and think your stuff is automatically trash and not good anymore. In this world, in tech world, we all know the evolution is super fast, but we don't need it. I don't need a 4000 card when it comes out. Do I want one? Yes, but when you spend all that money and invest into it and the new thing comes out and you're like, dang, I just built it 3 months ago and it's already outdated. It's not outdated. It still runs just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't beat your friends up because they only have a 1660. I'm sure it works just fine for them still. So don't beat yourself up, I guess, once you do finally pull the trigger and hop into the PC world, because as soon as you get into it, there's going to be a new part that comes out in a few months. So just get used to that and be comfortable with what you have and use it until it's not usable for you anymore.
And it's still good. I mean, I had a 1650 Super until last year.
He has a PC company.
The forbidden cell phone cycle, right?
Huh?
The forbidden cell phone cycle, they call it. Like,
oh, yeah.
Cell phone about every 3 months.
You guys got to wait till like conventions ask for 30 series, but they play Overwatch on low settings.
Right.
Just wait. Yeah, we have demos of PC.
It's like, I need a 3090 Ti for Minecraft. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of that comes from their buddies, like, oh, you got this, you got that. It's honest, you would be shocked if you've never been into PC gaming, what performance you can really get out of a lower-end card,
Yeah.
Forget benchmarks. I mean, they can be important. They can be very useful. 1080s are awesome, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm sure if anybody has questions, like, you could probably email or talk to literally any of us. I mean, it's not going to be a dumb question. So sometimes what you're leading off of, you can be led with misled information, like false. Right. Like, I don't need a 3090 Ti to play Minecraft.
Right, exactly. And honestly, I mean, pretty much almost no one needs one of those anyway. But So here's the thing. What I do on my streams now is actually you get into my stream, you join the queue, and I will literally help you one-on-one with your budget. I ask a bunch of questions, though. And you have to answer this list of questions for me to give you an accurate answer. Because if you're like, you don't tell me your budget, you're just like, give me the best PC, it's going to be like $10,000, you know? And you won't need 90% of that PC. So that's kind of why I started that thing where I help one-on-one, because it's honestly, sometimes you just need that. All the content out there to help you out can sometimes just be too much, and you don't know which of it applies to you necessarily. So I do want to let you guys know that we are going to be doing a Q&A. So if you have a burning question that you want to ask any of these awesome people up here on stage, or myself as well, then the microphone's going to be back there, and be sure to speak well into it. But
can I ask a question?
You can ask a question. Go over there. Microphone's right over there. I'm kidding. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I know, right? So as a content creator and someone who is trying to be the voice for just regular gamers, I ask you guys, what value can you give us gamers in the sense of performance and aesthetics? Because I know I love performance, but me personally, I want to make sure that my setup is extremely extravagant in the sense of just like looking beautiful. I want it to be eye-popping, even if it means I have a hotter than normal PC. That's just me. But what value can you guys give to us in both aspects, in the performance and in the aesthetics range?
Yeah, so we'll start it off here. Well, so in the performance range, I mean, buying from a pre-built company, depending on who you go through, if you go through a vetted one, before it even leaves our shop, we put extraneous stress test on everything, and we optimize the entire system right out of the box. So we might throw a slight overclock on the GPU or CPU. We will upgrade the thermal paste right out of the box. We won't use stock thermal paste. So on the performance side, just getting it from a reputable company that will do that sort of stuff in-house without you having to learn it. You can always go back and put everything to default and then retweak it yourself once you learn it. But if you're a first-time person coming from console to PC, if you go to a Best Buy and just buy one off the shelf, it's just going to be, the RAM's going to be at stock settings. It's going to have the cheapest thermal paste on there. It's going to have an undervalued or underpowered power supply built into it. So when you do want to upgrade, you might have a domino of upgrades to kind of go through before you can finally upgrade your GPU, excuse me. So on the performance side, it's just, if you go through a good company, the foundation is there, and we've really built on a strong foundation. And then when it comes to the aesthetic side, I'll let Austin answer that. If you see any of our PCs around TikTok, I'm sure you might have, if you're on any type of the tech talk side of TikTok, you might have seen some of our PCs. And Austin designs all of those for that kind of custom one-off experience.
We even have some that fit in like book bags.
Oh, there it is. We got one. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just.
So you said, yeah, you need
Surprise.
We got one.
It's freaking beautiful.
Yeah.
I do want to stop and make a comment about, it's one of the easiest things to set your RAM at what it needs to be.
Yeah.
I have reviewed countless NZXT. NZXT's not here, so I get to say whatever I want to say. I would still say it if they were here. But the fact of the matter is that if I get a pre-built PC from NZXT and my RAM, the simple thing to do in the BIOS for a normal PC builder is not set. The fact that they did not take that step for someone who knows absolutely nothing kind of crushes me, because they should be giving every ounce of whatever it is.
You're paying for a performance you're not getting. Yeah.
So the fact of you guys making that known right now means a lot. Not that you guys don't, but if you do, hey, kudos to that, because a lot of times companies want to speed up stuff, and a simple thing, they're like, whatever, they're not going to notice. But people like me and Bray, that's the first thing that we notice, and if they skip that, we guarantee there's going to be problems later on.
Well, part of the things that we do too in terms of optimization and updates is, you're going to get it out of the box and it's going to have the latest version of BIOS. It's going to have the XMP profile settings set up already. It's going to have Windows installed, activated, updated. Our goal is for when a customer gets one of our PCs is unbox it, plug it in, install your programs and games, and play.
No, not having to update BIOS,
right,
not having to,
correct.
yeah.
And, a lot of our clients don't know how to update BIOS. If you haven't done it before, it's intimidating. If you have never built your own before, you're going through a post cycle and it starts to reset or whatever, and you're going, wait, is it supposed to do that? Is it, we take care of all of that kind of stuff for you. And when we look at pricing our stuff, we're basically in a place where our goal is to provide a finished system to you that's ready to go out of the box, has a lifetime warranty, and it will cost you about 10% more than what it would cost you to DIY. That's our goal. And, obviously, if people choose to honor us with their business, then they see that paying that extra 10% is worth having it professionally done and warranted. And that's kind of our goal is to be at that level.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
So we think that's value. Hopefully you agree.
So there you go.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on top of that too, and I guess maybe this also is relative to the time that I think we've been in business too. So over the last 20 years, we've grown to the capacity of shipping like over 100,000 PCs a year, and with that comes a lot of knowledge of like every single one of these are still hand built by us in Los Angeles, California. And
100,000 PCs built, hand built. Wow.
Possible, yeah.
No.
Especially over the last 2 years, guys.
No,
you guys are like.
No.
I think he's placing an order.
No,
he's placing an order.
But
yeah, I'm just saying, like.
But with that information, though, is us having the logistics to see if our builders hate building in a certain case. And we have our full vertical lineup, so we actually also develop our own cases. And the funny thing is, and also he'll kill me if I didn't give him a shout out. So you said NZXT, and Rob Teller is our now case designer and lead product architect for Height. He developed the Y60, but he also developed the S line for NZXT, right? So he has a lot of this experience coming in, running valuable data through all the PCs and the headaches and people taking them down and rebuilding them after they get them, upgrading them themselves. You take all that information, then you spin off Height brand, then you come up with more than perfect cases. And that can only literally be had over the time and the volume of being able to own the whole vertical. And I think that's maybe our biggest advantage in being able to provide you guys with a choice.
No, I agree on that. The volume is just, you touch more PCs, so you have more knowledge on it.
I mean, and you're in a unique position where you're, integrating but manufacturing as well. So that's definitely a strength right there. And you're leveraging it. It's really good to see. And by the way, so I know you've got some things there, right? How do we want to do that? I got an idea. Little prize here involved.
Well, hold on. Once Ironside?
Oh, did you want to jump in on that combo?
No, it's okay. What I want to say is so I think a lot of it is where I like approaching, at least our design, is where form meets function, because we understand we can make a beautiful PC, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. And if a PC works great, but it's not nice to look at, it still works great, you can play your games. It's just a shame when you turn it off and you have to look at it on your desk. So one of the things that I thought was super cool that we recently did, we did a collaboration with Noctua, which if you know is a brand, their keystone colors are beige and brown, which are not very aesthetically pleasing generally, at least kind of when you have one of their fans or one of their coolers, it's sort of off-putting. But with that, we took a case, did it from the ground up in that beige and brown. We got really clean lines, everything fit in there. Where we had the Noctua graphics card, we had the Noctua cooler. The case itself was one of those H510 flows where it's split kind of beige and brown there. So we put everything together. I think it's a PC that looks absolutely amazing, but still hits all of those performance kind of metrics that we need. The graphics card there is like that thick, so it's going to be cool. And it's a Noctua CPU cooler, so we trust in that. So we're not choosing kind of design over functionality. We're finding a spot where design meets that functionality. And we put our PCs together by hand. We put it through that 48-hour testing. I worked in customer service for a while, so I know how how much can go wrong. And I want to be sure that if we never have problems with customers, we can have that, get everything taken care of out of the box. And like a lot of us said, have it ready to plug and play just like a console would be. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, so yeah, I did mention a little prize, a little thing we give away. So I'm gonna ask a question, and don't shout out the answer. Just raise your hand if you know it. And the first person that answers it, what you've got, what are they, desk mats you got? Or you
Yeah, we
got
got some desk mats. They should have been headsets, but I couldn't run here fast enough and find them at the same time. But we do have headsets.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, we have some jerseys to throw in on that, some of these.
okay.
jerseys. Yep.
Headsets, jerseys. Okay. All right. Cool. So let's just do a little. If I'm going to try to think of some questions. If you guys can think of a question that you think I might know an answer to, do that. But here's one. Since King just talked about the Height Y60, brand new case. It's got a panoramic window on it. It's got a lot of attention. You see, it's getting a lot of attention. You'll see a ton of them on the showroom floor, down the expo floor down there. But that's their second case. What was their first case called under the Height brand? Anybody? Raise your hand. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Who's Googling? You Googling?
Yeah, they're all looking at their phones right now.
Yeah, they are.
Somebody Google.
Best Buy, he's got his hands up.
Oh, okay, okay. Having hopeful, though. I mean, I'll take a dispatch.
Do I give hints?
Yeah.
It starts with an R.
There were two of them before this. No? Nobody? Okay. It probably wasn't a good question. Sorry.
Ooh.
Okay, well.
I got a question. I guess they can supplement the question. What company did your designer work for prior to being at Height?
That's pretty niche knowledge. You didn't even know that before today.
It was awesome, though. It was awesome. Yellow Jacket.
NZXT, there you go. There we go. All right.
Winner.
I guess.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Congratulations.
If you want, just let us know after. We'll get you your prize. Very cool. Anybody else got a? I was like, no one's gonna know that. NZXT. I'm like, okay, cool. All right. I'm wrong on that one. Any other questions we got? A little quiz question. Anyone?
Maybe. So we also design a product as well around another NZXT product, since we're on NZXT category here. Does anybody know what product that we designed specifically in conjunction with NZXT?
No.
Recently used in a build.
No.
This product was recently used in a build by Robitech.
Yes.
Okay, by Roby. So
I have some in my bag down there. I'll have to grab some.
So a product designed for an NZXT, to modify an NZXT product made by Viral. What is it? Raise your hand. Don't shout it out. Anybody?
Somebody.
Yep. No, it's an actual product that is designed to modify an NZXT product.
We didn't mention this before, but we also do a lot of like PC mods. So like we're known for like screens inside PCs, like the little PC I had here, and then also this product that we manufacture from the ground up. So does anybody have a Z series AIO in their computer?
Z73.
Let's just do that.
Z53 or Z63, Z73.
Yeah.
The AIO, NZXT AIO in their computer. Nobody has
We
one.
had a couple back there. Yes.
Oh, you do? All right, we'll give you one of them. So we designed an AIO cover that actually, so PC parts are boring, they're black. They're really cool, but I mean, if you want to change the color, you can't. So we actually have an AIO cover that actually goes on there, just like a cell phone case. You can change it to any color, so we'll give you one.
Well, okay, maybe the quiz thing isn't happening, I guess, but we got one winner, so that's good. That's fine. You get all the prizes, I guess, but no. No, okay, you get something afterwards. Now, what I'd like to know is actually if any of you guys have any questions. The mic is open for a Q&A. You got right there, the mic back there. Please speak close to the mic. Oh, we got two. Okay, you guys can form a line. That's totally fine. And yeah, and if the question is directed to a certain person on the panel, please let us know.
Hi, I'm Mark, and for full disclosure, I'm a CPU designer for Intel. So I'm very curious to see what lifetime warranty means in your folks' line of work. I have some idea about what they tell us the chips should be capable of in terms of not prematurely burning out, but as soon as you go and overclock them and whatnot, the situation changes somewhat. So what is the current sort of state of the art from your guys' side in terms of what you deliver to your customers?
Now, this can be fielded by either Viral or Alexander PCs. You both offer lifetime warranties.
Yeah, so our lifetime warranty is around the parts and the labor of the system, and then we honor and we help guide the process through the manufacturer side. So, for example, EVGA has a 3-year warranty on their graphics card. If it goes out within 2 years, we take the computer back, we do everything, parts, labor, the warranty claim process, send the computer back free and clear. That's within 2 years. So let's say it's year 4, you send the computer back to us, we do all the labor of the switching out, you simply just buy into the replacement GPU, we install it free of charge, send it back, and then that then reinstates the warranty.
Now, is that different for you, TJ, at Alexander PCs?
No, so for us it's the same, but if I understand your question correctly, you're saying, are we assigning like a lifetime as an expected lifetime of the part? And where we would say, okay, well, the lifetime warranty is 6 years or 7 years because that's the expected lifetime of the chip. We don't have a timeline. It's as long as you own the PC. Now, there are certain things, obviously, that will void your warranty. If you're going outside of specifications with overclocking and things like that, then obviously that's not something that we're going to replace. If you've gone outside of the specified boundaries of what the CPU is supposed to be able to do.
Or using food as thermal paste. Yeah, we won't cover that.
Right. Wait, what? That's not, we're not supposed to do that?
I'm sorry, yeah.
How
Maybe an
to
A,
not
but
build a
anything
PC.
after that.
Yeah, right.
We don't taste thermal.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, y'all. I have never built a PC before, but would kind of like to. But also, I got shit to do. So, how much time would it save to get a pro to do it for me? Like, is this, if I've not built one before, but I think I know my way around things, would this be like a couple weekends, or is this like a month-long obsession that I'm saving myself if I get someone else to do it?
Well, that's going to be subjective, right? Like how long it takes a certain person to do it. But I think it would line up with how long does the turnaround time take for each of your companies, and that's going to vary. So if you guys want to sort of list that out real quick.
Yeah, I'll say to your point, it depends on how everyone learns fast or slow or whatever. But if you just wanted to get a computer and build it and get it up and off the ground, it could be as simply as a couple of hours. We're unique in the fact that we have an esports facility as well in Dayton, Ohio, which is an hour north of Cincinnati, where we have 50 high-end gaming computers where we do high school and collegiate esports. But on the other side, in our build room, on the weekends, we also do PC building classes. So anybody can come in off the street and learn to build a PC in one Sunday. Now, how proficient are they after that Sunday varies depending on the person. However, we are confident that if you do come in for one of our PC building classes for just 6 or 7 hours, we do everything from what is a GPU, the components, how they all interact together, all the way to hands-on building. And if you buy a kit from us, you can build it on site, or you can just watch someone else's being built. And so most people can pick it up and be confident to at least go home and then turn on YouTube and have at least hands-on experience in their mind while they watch the YouTube. So if you get some hands-on experience or a friend, it could be as early as a couple of hours. But you're missing quite a bit there. Yeah.
All right, that's better than I was expecting, so thank you. The class is a middle ground, appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Kind of like a
absolutely.
plumber.
Good question, good question.
Hi there. So what sort of challenge testing would you recommend a new PC builder or one of your customers could engage in to ensure they built their PC correctly or that they weren't fleeced by
So like stress testing or things like that?
Yeah, stress testing or, making sure that everything was put together correctly, that sort of thing.
Sure, yeah.
Talk about benchmarking or stress testing?
Like burn-in before we ship it. We do try to, I think I'm speaking for everyone, but I think all of us would do initial burn-in and tests to make sure that the system does work as it gets to your door.
I think you're asking if someone buys a PC, what benchmark, what stress tests should they run to make sure it's working well, right? Okay, so just toss out some stress testing. I mean, Cinebench R23, or you've got Unigine Heaven.
95, Unigine Superposition, Furmark. Usually all of those on top of each other too.
Furmark for sure.
Because you can find kind of thermal deficiencies in the case itself But if you run one thing at a time, usually you can kind of, it can deal with it. But if you get both things really hot and then the case itself is burning up, then you'll really see it if you're in Prime and Firmark, things like that.
For monitoring, you have different options, hardware info 64, things like that, and MSI Afterburner along with the
Yeah, I was actually running, what was it? Hardware info?
Hardware info 64.
64 along with Unigine Heaven, just for temps. Not so much as far as, and I'm just chiming in, but just for temps to get both the GPU and the CPU running at the same time or stress, because a lot of times, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no actual benchmark that's going to run both of them at the same time. So just to calculate temperatures and just giving you some general knowledge is running 2 benchmarks at the same time, and that's what I've did with Cooler Master, and it's worked so long for me. If you guys have done anything different, you can educate me as well so I can help others, or you can just let everyone know.
My suggestion is actually the Gamers Nexus had a great video showing the stress testing applications that they like to recommend, how they can be used and what they apply to, because when you run a stress test, it's not, generally there are a couple that do sort of a system-wide. You generally want to run stress tests that are specific to each component so that if you know if there's a failure point, you know what component is failing. So the Gamers Nexus video, I couldn't give you the title offhand, but if you have Gamers Nexus benchmark stress test, and then it'll come up with their video showing what they use, and they know stress testing and benchmarks, if anybody does. So that's what I'd recommend. Check that out, and you can actually see visuals of it instead of us just yammering at you. That's probably what I would do.
One thing as well, too, before, when you're running those stress tests, it's important to know not only, okay, so let's say we're running Firmark and something fails, or Prime 95 and something fails. It's important, I think, do a little bit of research on top of what stress tests to run, but knowing where those problems can be. So a lot of times, if we get a CPU straight out of the box, it can have weird voltage settings on it. Sometimes the motherboard can apply weird voltage settings on it. So we'll run it in testing, it'll be overheating, and we realize it's pulling an extra 75 more watts than it needs. We can still hit those same clock speeds, still have the same performance, at least within a couple percentage points, but take off that much heat. So it's not always, oh, this failed, it's bad. It's about knowing kind of where to do that. So it can be a lot if you're not super familiar with it. Like Hardware Info 64 will present a lot of data that can be a lot to go through. But if you look to try to find out not only what the stress test is, but if it shows a failure where it could be failing, that'll help a lot, at least kind of shorten down that troubleshooting process.
It's also just good to know that stress tests are synthetic workloads, and they're not necessarily representative of what normal use would cause your computer, how much stress you put that through. That's why it's a stress test. So I think that's kind of what, you kind of did touch on that a little bit, but yeah, it's important to keep that in mind. If it fails in that, but not when you're browsing Google and you're browsing the internet, yeah, it doesn't mean your computer's toast.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have one more.
So since you're sourcing silicon and volume, particularly for CPUs, do you have some kind of a bidding process for the parts, components?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you'd like to hear from them, but I mean, generally binning is done by the manufacturer, but and it dictates what silicon goes into what SKU, what part. But I'll let you guys go ahead and handle that when it comes to testing components, I suppose.
No, I think your question is just related to the scale of the operation. I mean, directly working with people like Intel, they just ask, what is our scale, what's our distribution level, and in that way we are provided that allocation.
Yeah, we don't buy, we're an Intel Gold Tier partner, but we don't buy CPUs direct from Intel. We buy through distributors.
Yeah, but binning is how a 12900K goes to a 12900KS. It's just binned silicon.
Even the same SKU can have some variance, particularly for overclocking.
You're talking about the silicon lottery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're not around anymore, unfortunately. Hopefully maybe they'll come back. But
luckily,
regardless,
overclocking is
most people who are going to be getting a pre-built, though, are generally not going to be pushing a CPU to the very fringe of what overclocking can do. Many are sort of newer to PCs, but when it comes to hardware in general, yeah, you can get lucky sometimes. Sometimes you get a GPU that can handle a little more heat.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Oh, good.
Let's just say I don't have time to build a PC. I've built my first PC. I built my wife's PC. And I need another workload PC or PC work PC to do. And to kind of elaborate on him, okay, yes, binning practices are done at the manufacturing level, but as system integrators, are you testing CPUs out before you're putting them into a PC, or are you just getting those CPUs and placing them? I guess, does that answer your question? Or,
Precisely.
okay, yeah. So are you doing like a secondary binning process?
No, so for us, we just put it in the system and we just figure out those shortfalls during the stress test and the monitoring of it.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, it would, yeah, be a bit unnecessary. If it's something's going to fail, stress testing will make it fail, and then that's where you want a PC to fail is where it can be fixed like immediately. So that's why they do that.
Yeah, we do have things that fail stress tests and fail QC. It's more common than you might think, honestly. Manufacturing tech has come a long way. It's not like it was 20 years ago when you literally had to burn in everything just to get it to work.
Yeah.
You know, we're not doing pencil mods and stuff like that like we did back in the day anymore. But a surprising number of parts do fail QC, and certainly our preference is that if they're going to, and you're always going to see some percentage of parts that don't cut it when it comes to the QC stuff, but we certainly prefer it to fail while it's still on our workbench versus on your desk.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, what do you got? How you doing?
Hi. So, what type of warranties
I'm sorry, can you get up a little closer to the mic? I think everyone's.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
So, like, what type of warranties would I have on a prefab build? Because I know I built my own PC, and my younger brother wants me to build him one, but the parts aren't there. So I've been recommending prefabs. But my cousin, I got him a prefab off Best Buy, and they didn't want to cover when like some freak accident was his power supply messed up. So I had to go drive all the way down to New Bedford and redo his power supply and make sure it was working again. So like what type of like warranty would you guys have on a prefab built from your companies?
Viral and us both do a lifetime warranty.
Yeah, so just like we spoke about earlier with the lifetime warranty, it's really, we cover all the labor behind it. So if that would happen, you just send it back to us. We would tear the power supply out, put a new one in, and then we would go through the warranty process with the manufacturer if that component was still within manufacturer's warranty. But
so based off just what the manufacturer's saying?
It's based off manufacturer's warranty. Yeah, we're just not in a position to over warranty another company's product and cover that. But we 100% stand behind the labor behind it. And at any time, even if you want to upgrade, I mean, with us, if you want to upgrade that card and you don't feel comfortable, you're still afraid of the PC, send it back to us. We'll upgrade it and won't charge you any labor for free. You just simply pay for the part and the shipping and get it back to us. We'll upgrade it and send it back to you for free.
Okay, so like if I like say prices ever comes down and I find one on Amazon, I could have my Amazon shipped to you guys, or would I have everything shipped to you guys altogether?
No, so you got to buy the parts from us. Just that's the only way that we can guarantee that everything is kosher and tested, and especially if we have a problem with the part, we can go then back to our distribution and then do the warranty through them, as opposed to if you buy us parts, then you would then be responsible for getting us the receipts, and it just opens up a logistics nightmare. So if you do want us to upgrade your computer for you, we'll do it for free. We just have to buy the parts for you.
Okay, and then if I open up your computers, that would just void warranty?
No, not at all.
I could do it myself. Like,
yeah, you can do it yourself.
So like my little brother, like his birthday is like this weekend, and I'm looking for a fab key for him.
Tell your brother happy birthday for us.
Yes, absolutely, from all of us.
Yeah. Huh?
Happy birthday. Tell him watch the VOD.
Tell him happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What's the name?
We found his birthday gift.
Yeah,
Well, happy birthday, everybody. Thank you. There you go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
But to your question too, though, as a person that uses distribution into Best Buy, even if it's outside of the return window, you could work with us directly, and we'll handle that RMA outside of that, so that it doesn't feel like you're stuck.
Thank you very much for that knowledge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
That was a Best Buy guy.
Okay.
And the nice thing about most of us is you can call up and talk to the owner, which is a really nice thing.
Well, you can't, so if you get a PC from us and it's got, say, just an EVGA graphics card in it, your warranty is through us, not through EVGA. Now, EVGA will warranty, it will give us an RMA window from when we bought that card through distribution, but you won't be able to go to EVGA's website and register the serial number of that graphics card because it's already registered to our account.
Okay, I know that there are more questions. I'm very sorry that I believe we're running out of time, and I believe that all of us could talk for hours and hours and hours. Sorry about that. But absolutely, thank you guys for joining the panel. For those who had questions, stick around. We'll answer them for you, of course. And check out all of our socials and Blastin on YouTube, Brea Thorn on YouTube. We'd love to have you check out our stuff and love to help you out. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Go nerds. Bye.
That's my man.